Welcome everyone to Hands on Humanities Day Goes Digital, the annual one-day event organised by the University of Southampton to explore the world of humanities and beyond. My name is Nicky Marsh, and I'm the Associate Dean for Research and Enterprise at the Faculty of Arts and Humanities here in Southampton. Although we usually welcome you to our campus or our arts venues in town, this year, for the first time, the event is taking place exclusively online. Hands on Humanities is part of the Human Worlds Festival, the University of Southampton's annual celebration of the humanities, organised by the Public Engagement with Research Unit at the university. The day is also part of the National Being Human Festival, the only national festival of the humanities run by the School of Advanced Studies in London, the Arts and Humanities Research Council and the British Academy. Being Human is taking place across the UK between the 12th and the 22nd of November, and the festival programme can be found at beinghumanfestival.org and at Being Human Fest on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook. If you want to talk about today's events on social media, please use the official festival hashtags, #HumanWorlds and #BeingHuman2020. To contribute to today's live conversations, you can use the chat in the YouTube live chat. Today is also exciting because we're launching Southampton's new Institute for Arts and Humanities, an organisation that's going to help both promote and produce new kinds of research about the value of the humanities in 2020. Please do help us to shape future festivals by taking part in the short anonymous survey. We want to make this experience accessible and enjoyable, and your response there can help us do that. Today's programme started with an interactive workshop in Blackboard Collaborate with Dr Achiampong for budding poets. And now, the first event of our live streaming is Pythagoras Tool Kit, where you can see the collaborative experiments submitted to the Library of Geometric Sounds coming to life with composer and University of Associate Professor Dr Ben Oliver. At 12:20, you can catch up with last night's events at John Hansard Gallery with Larry Achiampong in conversation, and our programme of live events continues through the afternoon from 1:30. We hope you can stay with us and we hope you enjoy it.
Hi there, everyone. My name's Ben Oliver, and I'm a composer and conductor and associate professor in the Department of Music here at the University of Southampton. And I'm here along with my collaborator, Rachel Warr, to talk to you about a project that we're working on called Pythagoras Tool Kit. But I'll just hand over to Rachel to introduce herself.
Thanks, Ben. Hello, I'm Rachel Warr. I'm a freelance theatre director and I specialise in puppetry.
Fantastic. So today we're going to introduce our project Pythagoras Tool Kit. We're going to play you some of the fantastic graphic scores or interpretations of some of the fantastic graphic scores that have been uploaded to Pythagoras' Library of Geometric Sounds that we've created. And all through the session, you're feel very free to ask any questions or make any comments using the chat facility in YouTube. Okay, so the kind of history of this project is that I was approached by an ensemble in Canada, in Montreal, called Ensemble Paris Mirabeau back in, I think, in 2018. And they were able to apply for some money for an international collaboration. And I worked with them back in 2015, 2016. I wrote them quite a long piece. And they were interested in seeing if we could work together again. And my first thought was to get in touch with Rachel, who we worked together a number of times back in the kind of late 10s or noughties, I guess, around 2009, 2010. And it's been in the back of my mind that I'd really love to work with Rachel again, but also this idea of some kind of puppet ballet or something like that. But we talked and we ended up coming up with this idea, Pythagoras' Tool Kit. And maybe, Rachel, you could just tell us a little bit about, because this was really your idea. I just jumped on the bandwagon. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about
I think I sent you about 10 ideas and this one popped out. So I was really interested. I mean, I loved working with Ben prior to this, and I was so delighted when you got in touch, Ben. And so I wanted to find something that was about music, but allowed us to play around with lots of ideas of experimenting and cheeky comedy and sort of silliness, really. And so Pythagoras' Tool Kit was inspired by, well, Pythagoras. So Pythagoras was a ancient Greek thinker from about 2,500 years ago. And he came up with theories about science and music and the heavens and all sorts of things. But the rumor is, nobody's quite sure, but the idea is that one day he was walking past a smithy where they were hammering lots of metal. And he was interested in how he could hear different tings of the metal. Some were high, some were low. And he couldn't work out why this would be. So he went home and started experimenting with different bits of metal and hammers and tried to work out why it is that some sounds were high and some sounds were low. And the idea is that from that, he started exploring music and the distances between notes and the idea of what makes beautiful sound and works together in harmony and what is dissonant and uncomfortable sound. And it seemed to me that there was something really playful about this, that we could have a character called Pythagoras, who might not be the real Pythagoras in puppet form, but a modern day character with the same name, who was really interested in playing and finding out things and being curious about the world of science and music. And it just felt like there was something exciting to explore.
Absolutely. And then we also came up with the idea of having not just having a toolkit, but also having not just having a hammer, but having a kind of varied toolkit, including a screwdriver and all sorts of different things.
Absolutely. It seems to me that things like a screwdriver, it's tightening. So, strings tightening change pitch, change the high or low sound. So there are all sorts of parallels with just everyday tools and music.
Great. And then so the piece that we're making is a 45-minute piece aimed at 3 to 12-year-olds that explores science, sound, and how music works and is constructed, but also about trying and failing and exploring. And I think that's something we're both really interested in, this idea that you have to experiment and try stuff and explore stuff in order to find answers. And that's what research is about and what making art is about as well.
Absolutely. It's something that you have to do. You have to do to find out whether it works. And you have to accept that it might fail, but by failing, you find the next step that you need to take to make it work. And that seemed to both of us really, really important, and an important part of what makes somebody curious and how you learn.
Absolutely. So the first, we're going to play a couple of videos now. And the first of these is a series of experiments with Pythagoras in her workshop. So she uses some of the tools that she has. She has a bungee rope, a magnifying glass, and some clamps. And she's exploring how string instruments work, as well as the kind of concepts of pitch and frequency. And she has two experts working with her on this. The first of these is Dr. Matthew Wright, who's a associate professor in acoustics from the engineering from the Institute of Sound and Vibration Research, but also the cellist David Lale, who we worked with in the summer on recording some of this music that I'd written for the final show. So this is a 4-minute video where you can see some of what Pythagoras looks like and how she works, but also she's finding out stuff.
When you pluck a string on an instrument like a cello, the string vibrates and you hear a sound, and it's easy to think that it's the string that's making the sound. Well, the string's certainly helping, but it's not doing it on its own. Sound is waves in air, and strings are too thin to move very much air. But the string is connected to the bridge of the instrument, and the bridge is connected to the body of the instrument. So when the string vibrates, it moves the bridge, and that makes the body of the instrument vibrate, and that's what makes the air move so that you hear the sound wave. Musical instruments can produce high notes and low notes. Musicians use the term pitch to refer to the difference between those notes. So they would talk about a note having a high pitch or a low pitch. Different strings play different pitches of note, and the differences can be to do with how heavy the string is, how tight it is. When we pluck it or we bow it, we're making waves travel along the string, and the speed of those waves is faster the tighter the string and slower the heavier the string. And if it's made of a thicker material, it's going to be heavier, so it's going to travel slower. The speed it travels and the distance it's got to travel go together to make the frequency with which it vibrates, how many times it'll vibrate in a second, and that in turn affects the pitch.
Hello, I'm Rachel. Now you've been watching Pythagoras carry out experiments in sound, in vibration and pitch. Now why don't you have a go at carrying out your own experiment in constructing music? All you need to do is watch our other video and Pythagoras will show you what to do. Thanks for watching.
Okay, great. So the end of that video has got chopped off a bit. So if you want to watch it again later, you'll see Rachel talking a bit in her, well, in Pythagoras's workshop. Sorry, Rachel. Part of we had a research and development week in the summer where we were working on some of the ideas for this piece with some fantastic puppeteers, Lizzie and Gilbert. And it's become clear with working together quite closely over the last year that there are parallels in how we think about things like structure, form and materials in music for me and in puppetry and I guess drama, mapping out drama for Rachel. So that's becoming a kind of increasing focus of our work together. So I just want to show you, so this is a diagram that Rachel sent me, which is how she thinks about the structure, or how she thought maybe a few months ago. Did you even know, Rachel, that this is going to be shown? So this is a kind of weird diagram that shows how Rachel thinks about the drama. Yeah, exactly. And so this is a drawing of mine from my PhD that I submitted in 2010. So it's a long time ago. And it kind of charts out the morphology or the kind of shape of a piece that I wrote back then. And I guess the point is that this way of thinking visually about structure and shape of music, and in Rachel's case, puppetry, there's definitely synergies of how we think. Have you felt that, Rachel, as we've been working together, that there's this kind of shared ideas?
Absolutely. It seems so clear to me that that drama and story has a shape to it, just as music does. And I think we're used to seeing music in a visual form because you see notes on a page in a score and that kind of thing, and graphic scores. And in drama, that's less the case because you generally see words on a page as dialogue. But actually with puppets often don't speak. Sometimes they do, but lots of puppetry is without speaking. So how do you make a script? And for me, if I'm thinking about making a story that has no words particularly, I try and see the shape of it. And the shape of it's really important because it helps me understand the shape that it's going to be and make sure that it's going through changes, which is what drama is about. Drama is about change. And it allows me to see how lopsided or symmetrical it is, which really helps me understand where the high points are, or the low points, or the points where it's slow, or the points where it's fast. And understanding that shape really helps me understand the story and helps me be able to communicate that story to other people so that we can make the puppet show. So structure is really important. And when I've looked at your structures, Ben, it's so interesting because it allows me to understand what you're thinking in a way that sometimes the words don't always do, because the words don't always give it justice. And doing it pictorially with an image like this, it really helps us find the point of connection.
Sure,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
And what happened in the summer is that we were experimenting with some movements that kind of reflected the shape of some conducting, but also of some of the music I'd written for Jeff from Ensemble PERu to play on the flute. And it got us thinking, maybe Pythagoras could start to draw different musical shapes that could then be realized in music. And that's how we ended up with this idea of developing graphic scores. So in the final piece that we're making, Pythagoras will draw some pictures or different shapes or geometric ideas, which will then be heard in the music, and she'll hear those come to life. And the idea of this mini project as part of the wider project is to give other people a chance to be like Pythagoras in this piece. So what we're going to do now is play you a video that we created and then released last week, and it's a kind of call to action. So for people to make their own scores for us to play, for me to play, and for Olivia, a fantastic harpist that's played some of these pieces. So before we listen to some of those pieces, we're just going to play you the video, which was the kind of what's the word, Rachel? Thank you, the instigation or the welcome to get involved. So yeah, this is the video, Constructing Music. So you've just heard 3 versions of the scores Pythagoras drew. The first one I played on the piano, and then the second and third I made music, I composed music and then sent it to my friends in Canada to perform. So what we'd like you to do now is to make your own scores and then send them to me so that either I or my friend Ishani can play them on the piano as part of Hands on Humanities Day on the 21st of November. So all you need to do is get some paper and some pens or paints or whatever you want, and then create a score. So when you're doing that, you could think of the up and down being high and low notes, and then going across as being time. So this is the beginning of your piece, and then this is the end of your piece. And as I said, we'll play those, record those, and then you'll be able to watch them on the 21st of November. Look forward to receiving your pieces. You better get going now. Hi. So I hope that you're getting good sound where you are. I'm not quite sure what's happening here, but hopefully it's translating to you over at home. So we asked people to upload things to our library, and we're really delighted to have around 25 responses from as far away as Australia and Scotland and various other places who contributed to Pythagoras' Library of Geometric Sounds. So just on Thursday, Olivia Jagers, who is a wonderful, wonderful harpist. She recorded interpretations of these on Thursday, about 15 or so of these pieces. And I recorded all of the pieces that we received before on Thursday, at least, yesterday, in Turner Sims Concert Hall here at the University of Southampton. And what we'd like to do today is play you a few of these scores. We're not going to be able to play you them all, but all of the recordings we've made are going to be available on YouTube, and we'll put a link in the Library of Geometric Sounds for you to find your pieces if you've made pieces, and you can hear what we've done with them. Okay, so I'm just going to show you Pythagoras, just listening out. Here's Pythagoras. She's ready to listen to some scores. The first one we're going to play you is by the first of a few scores that we received from Crofton Hammond Junior School Year 5. Their teacher, Judy, worked, well, I shouldn't say your first name, Judy, but has been working with her class, also a group of Year 5 students. And this is the first of these scores, and this is by Group 4. Rachel, is there anything you'd like to say about this score before we listen to it, or should we listen to it and then have a quick chat about it after?
Let's listen to it and then talk about it, because then everybody's got the context.
Fantastic. All right, so this is Olivia playing this Crofton Hammond Year 5 Group 4's piece. Fantastic. So Rachel, is that I really liked the way that, so one of the big things that we were asking people to do is to so if we look again at that score, then it's to think about the one axis being the pitch, so up and down being high and low sounds, and going across being time. So I think Olivia did a really good job there of kind of reflecting that in terms of how she was playing the various scales that she was using. Was there anything that you noticed that you thought was attractive?
Yeah, I love the fact that because in the score, the paper on a lot of those ups and downs is folded, like a concertina kind of folded. And she really captured that in the harp, because it could have been that it was just a down and an up, but actually, no, it was much more like steps. And that was really, really reflecting the score. And I loved that. And I think the dots as well were not, they're not perfect circles. They're much more interesting shapes. And that was also really clear in the harp playing. So really lovely. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful score. It's really, really beautiful piece of artwork in its own right. So yeah, I loved it.
Fantastic. And so the next one we're actually going to hear my version second, and also Olivia's version of the performance of this piece. And this is a piece by Amira. I hope I said your name okay, Amira. And I think one of the things that we had to think about when playing this piece, it's interesting because Pythagoras has put it on its side. And when I was playing it the other way up. So that's already interesting in itself. But the thing that Amira's done here is she's got lots and lots of information. And so I found that I had to choose bits of information to play. I couldn't play everything. But anyway, let's have a listen to first Olivia playing and then to me playing Amira's piece. Great. So
There's different interpretations.
Yeah,
it's so interesting to hear.
I loved playing Amira's piece. It's just this It's a really lovely piece to play because there's so many things, different shapes and things that kind of suggested something to me, whether it's the kind of the lovely things that I heard of, the kind of strokes at the bottom at the end of the piece if you turn the score the other way up. So it was a really evocative piece for me to play. But yeah, we play it really differently.
Really differently, and yet both interpretations are really clear and decided, and that really comes from the score, because the marks on the paper are really thought through. They're really strong and distinctive. There's so many shapes, and so it comes across really clearly. So whichever of the interpretations, they both share something that is quite decided. There's no ambiguity. It's lovely.
Great. Okay, so we're going to go on to another one, which is Group 6 from Croft and Hammond, and we're also going to play. We're going to play you piano, then harp versions of this, and this is quite a clear idea, which we're going to follow in slightly different ways. Okay, let's go for it. Okay, good. So I showed you the wrong the wrong piece, but you saw the piece as it was being played. I think it's just really clear. The different use of colour and the shapes were quite easy to follow, Rachel, don't you think? We found our own way through them, but ultimately it was a kind of quite a clear piece to play.
Absolutely, it's really distinct lines, and partly because it's cut out paper and got very distinctive shapes. And I love the use of the harp, the kind of slap on the harp for those flat bars on the score. And the same with on the piano, you've got a very distinct kind of flat moment before the ups and the downs. So absolutely.
Yeah. So let's crack on. We'll try and get through a few more. We've only got limited time left. So this is Rory, and this kind of builds on this idea of making different sounds from instruments. Great. Oh, it's a really evocative score to play because it's got all these different colours. Okay, and I'll show you the next piece we're going to play, and so that's Rory's score. Next piece we're going to play is really clear because it just suggests something. And I think Olivia and my versions were very similar, but this is Olivia's version.
I really love that.
I think it's just got a very clear kind of suggestion. And actually, we've heard some pieces that have got lots of stuff, and you have to find your pathway through, and that's really fun. But sometimes, in terms of playing these pieces, when it's just one or two very clear ideas, it's really great. So the next two we're going to hear are by by two of my nieces. So the next one is by Ailish. And what I love about Ailish's one is that it kind of suggests the same thing is happening, but in lots of different ways as you go through the piece. And then Rachel's two, it was just so evocative. I loved playing this piece. So these are both me playing pieces by Ailish and by Rachel. Rachel, if you were doing these kind of scores with a puppet, how would you think about movement when you're responding to these kind of drawings?
Yeah, so I originally trained in dance before I started working with puppets and actors, and when I hear music, often I think of music as movement, and that's part of why I work with puppetry, because it's very focused on movement a lot of the time. And so looking at these scores, obviously you get a sense of how big something is, or how small, or how focused in or focused out it is, and that's always the starting point. The shape of the movement and the body and the drama, you can see that in those scores. So yeah, I think with Rachel's piece, that piece in the dark green, has a real sense of kind of bubbles and little big moments, and then this really scribbled in block, so you get a really nice contrast between those two things. So I don't know how I'd express that in movement just yet, but it's very clear sort of feeling. Yeah,
great. Okay, so it's been really great to see some of your comments coming in about the different interpretations, and thank you for all your thoughts. So we look forward to reading those really properly later. And I know that Sylvia from the festival has put in a link so you can access all the recordings, but we'll add those also to the library.
And just to add that if you want to see the photographs of the puppet with all the scores, you can find those on Instagram under Dotted Line Theatre. So go to Instagram, Dotted Line Theatre, and you'll see all the scores with the puppet, separate photos.
Great. Good. So just a couple of quick thanks. Thank you to Jan Salud, who made who made the puppet, Olivia Jagers for playing the harp, David Lale for the cello, musicians from Ensemble PERu Marabo, Vanessa from John Hansard Gallery for your help, Turner Sims, Dr Matthew Wright, Tom Crane for his puppetry and photography work, and Arts Council England for supporting this, and of course to Public Engagement with Research Unit for your support as well. And thank you from me to Rachel. So the full show will be coming to a theatre, concert hall or community space near you very soon, so we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you for watching, and what we're going to finish with is one more recording from Olivia, the harpist, of Crofton Hammond's Group 5's piece. And thank you to everybody that submitted scores. We really loved seeing them and playing them. And I hope to see you very soon. And here's Olivia just to finish off. Goodbye.
Hello everyone, welcome to John Hansard Gallery talk with artist Larry Achiampong. This talk is connected with the online exhibitions of the gallery and which is supported by the Barker Mill Foundation. Today we'll be joined by Associate Professor of Public Health, Dr. Nisreen Alwan, who will be engaging Larry with questions about his new and extremely timely art piece, Reliquary 2. I am Dr. Priti Mishra. I am a historian at the University of Southampton. Just a kind of quick introduction to Larry and his sort of work, and we'll get him to talk about his work in much better ways than I could. But Larry is a celebrated artist who has presented his work in London, New Orleans, and Accra. He engages with questions of sort of identity, of being an immigrant, of being a person of color, with contemporary kind of issues that come up in our lives as people of color. This particular piece that we're going to be talking about is called Reliquary 2. It has been especially commissioned by the John Hansard Gallery's new digital program. The film is a meditation on a period of separation between Larry Achiampong and his children, where the artist observes his own familial narratives with the pandemic and the trauma of forced isolation during unprecedented times. Speaking directly to his children, Reliquary 2 is an archive of contemplative prose and a historical record during what has been a surreal and challenging period for many. The film features animation by Bhumi Oliasebikan and is a continuation of the Relic Traveller series that started in 2017. It is a multi-site, multidisciplinary speculative project that builds upon the post-colonial perspective informed by technology, agency, and the body and narratives of migration. Mixing visual poetry with generational healing, the series explores past, present, and future through narratives of Pan-Africanism and African diasporic identity in relation to colonialism, post-colonialism, and heightened nationalism of our current times. When we look at this video that Reliquary 2 is, it's as a person of color, when I looked at it, I found it deeply resonant. And one of the things that seemed to be very clear about what you were trying to do here is to not just speak of this as a moment of exception, but to show how the pandemic has amplified struggles already present in immigrant and minority lives in Britain. And I was wondering if you could say something to why this piece of art felt sort of so necessary in this moment. What were you trying to get at?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Sure thing, Priti. And thank you for the question. I mean, I guess what's interesting about the work was that I wanted to write something to my children for a while. Having produced the work Finding Fun on Free with David Blandy in 2017, where our avatars had been searching through this virtualized environment for the lost plays of Frantz Fanon. In the third film in the trilogy, there is a kind of, I guess the monologue kind of opens itself up to us talking to our children, talking about the various conflicts and experiences that they would have, but it was still kind of within a certain aspect of fiction. And at the time, I was quite inspired by the writings of Ta-Nehisi Coates, particularly his book Between the World and Me, in which he talks a lot about his experience from an African American perspective of being a black male, and the various levels of complexities of violence that he has gone through and is going through, and the fear that he has for his son, but also the hope for the future. So that certainly was a point for me in which it just kind of dawned on me that, you know, I've been making work that explores familial experiences. Of course, I've worked with the likes of my mother. I'm due to hopefully work with my father soon. We've been talking about doing something specific in terms of our own relationship. But, you know, I would say I feel I have, you know, quite a fun relationship with my children. We do a lot of things together. But I've been telling myself, you know, for years that I wanted to genuinely write a letter to them, just to kind of to talk to them about life, a little bit about life, a little bit about my fragility, the spaces or areas where I feel I I'm maybe lacking in, but I'm trying my best within this within the global West to not only survive but also to show them a way of living, and openly through mistakes as well, maybe as well. And I guess, you know, the instance of COVID, which of course nobody could have foretold, just, you know, it kind of hit almost like all of a sudden, particularly the lockdown. And personally, I was at a point in time where I'd moved out of London. I used to have a studio at Somerset House Studios. I was living with my mum at the time. I'd been living with her for around 7+ years, and I knew at some point I would be working and living outside of London because it's just too expensive to live in. Yeah. And you know, I found a studio, and it's just literally around that period of time of moving where, you know, the lockdown was announced, and so there was so much in the way of should I say, you know, tension, stress, anxiety about this disease that I felt powerless in a way, actually. Yes. You know, on the one hand, I'm talking to my mum like constantly, day by day, saying, look, like, don't go outside, like, because I can drive now, I can come to you and give you supplies or whatever you need, or, you know, and then talking to Hayley Joy Rose, who is the mother of my children, but also a collaborator sometimes within some of my works, just talking to her about, you know, even before Boris Johnson had mentioned, you know, closing schools, you know, talking about making a difficult decision of keeping our children at home, because my eldest Sinai is immunocompromised. He suffers very badly from asthma. So, you know, as a parent, having witnessed someone so close to me experiencing asthma attacks before, and being aware, I guess, really, because I'd been reading for months about, you know, coronavirus and finding out different things. And then even I remember at a point in time, actually, when because I guess, you know, doctors and scientists never had the data, but the advice at the time was that, you know, if you had asthma, there's no reason that, you know, the virus would do anything. And then all of a sudden, like from one day to another, actually, it does do something to you. There was so much pressure, so much that still is there. But, you know, I was in a new place in a part of England where I was kind of hoping to build the next stage in my personal and you know, professional career. But I wasn't able to really go anywhere. So I had nothing but time, really. And yeah, I guess that's a bit of my answer to your question.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for letting us into why, we can have a look at why you were doing this. And a lot of that resonates with quite a lot of us. The sense of fear, sense of powerlessness, and a sense of kind of interruption, that, you know, you have all these huge plans of shifts and changes and how they get interrupted. Nisreen Alwan works on public health and has recently been quite a vocal voice in thinking about the impact of COVID, particularly on kind of people of color. So I was wondering if, I mean, you had a few questions, didn't you, Nisreen, about this kind of idea of fragility and what it was doing to our particular bodies, and how the government responds and how the journalists respond. So could you say more about
absolutely. That? Thank you first for inviting me to take part in this. The privilege of actually watching Larry's work. It's really such a rich piece of art with so many themes in it. You know, I don't know where to start, really. Things we're kind of thinking heavily about, you know, particularly with my different hats on, you know, like Larry. So I'm a mother of children. I've also been ill, you know, with COVID-19 symptoms, and then subsequently with long COVID, haven't fully recovered from it, so directly affected by the virus, but also with my professional hat on. in public health and epidemiology, and my kind of long-term interest into inequalities and how it shapes health of people. So I want to really pick up on the first thing, because that's what you picked up first, Priti, in terms of as a person of color, you really identified with the themes. And one of the things that were in the film, obviously, was this theme of, this virus attacks people, Black people, high mortality in Black people, and how this is a legacy of racism. And I found, it's quite. I think that's what the pandemic did something, at least for people in my profession, is that we really faced. We really were forced to face talking about racism in a direct way in public health. I mean, previously, it wasn't like that. We talk a lot about inequalities, socioeconomic inequalities, deprivation, but not so much in terms of, racism is a public health problem and we need to openly tackle it and talk about it. So I really found it really striking that the film, put it like that. It's a legacy of racism, and I do agree, because when the pandemic started, lots of explanations were coming, trying to have some scientific explanations why you've got high mortality in people, particularly Black people. And actually, the explanation was clear, at least to me. It is that racism was at least part of the underlying process here. So maybe just to talk a bit more, or what your comment a bit more on that, Larry. Was this something that was it a surprise? Was it a surprise that you saw this virus affecting Black people really badly, more than others?
No. If I'm honest, not really, Nisreen. I mean, of course, when I was writing the letter and doing the research on particular numbers, I had a feeling regarding what I would find due to issues regarding racism and also class. I've lived in the area of Tower Hamlets most of my life, and also Dagenham in Essex, and the treatment of people of color, and especially Black people, over the decades of my experience of living in those places. I've seen racism within just the streets, to then school playgrounds, education, and back again. So when you see these structural inequalities that are constantly taking place, and then there's then the threat of a killer disease that's out there, and particular members of society, particular groups whom are already not being looked after, whether that's mentally, socially, economically, and so on, then of course it only makes sense that they're going to be in a stronger situation of danger, really. So all I needed to understand was, from that point, other than that fact, which I would be aware of, was the actual numbers. I think the numbers, in a way, kind of blew it away for me. Was the fact that was it 3% that Black people make 3% of the population in the UK, yet we're was it 4 or 5 more times, 4 more times likely to catch that. Like, if you put those numbers and you just say that out loud, it sounds ridiculous, and all of these things strung together, Brexit, at the time, the kind of impending presidential election, and so on in the United States, it felt like there was so much to try to even, not necessarily, should I say, not necessarily kind of like just consolidate, because there's far too much to try and tick boxes. It's not really about that. It's really just about it's about talking about feelings, right? That and also taking on the point that you mentioned, Nisreen, you know, I fell ill with symptoms actually as well. So whilst I'd moved in here in Purfleet, I fell ill with a fever. I'd lost my sense of smell. I lost my sense of taste. I've had fevers before, and you know, I'll say I'm a bit of a grumpy patient, but I've never lost my sense of taste or smell before. It was such a thing that completely threw me off, and I felt quite, you know, panicked about that. The same happened to my mother and also my youngest sister, and that kind of added stress. Just day by day, you know, when kind of like reading about experiences that people had where other symptoms perhaps developed, you know, it sounds weird, but I would do things like take deep breaths and, like, you know, check and feel myself, because I would keep saying, gosh, like, you know, I haven't seen the kids. I so badly want to see them. Like, and I can't do that. It feels unnatural. It feels abnormal. And the best thing I can do is not be around them physically, which just, you know, again, even just saying that, it put me in a state of not just increased anxiety, but just emotional depression, I would say. And I'd say in a sense, I'm, you know, like many of us, of course, you know, I'm still personally working through that. I feel like that there are things I've learned, and I'm being perhaps a little bit more pragmatic. But again, this is an unprecedented thing that, you know, those of us living within the planet have not seen before. So so much of that to deal with, that responsibility, as well as the responsibility of being, you know, continuing to be a parent, although in absence. It felt like something from a dystopian comic, you know.
And actually, that again, you know, really struck a chord with me, because in the letter you say we have to be strong and resilient. We can't display weakness, and actually that's how I felt all along as well. As a mother, like to be strong for her children, but also in my professional role, saying, well, if I, you know, if I collapse, and, you know, now, you know, who's going to do this? Is you know, this is my, you know, line of work, and I need to do so, and then not feeling well. So I think we all probably feel, you know, there was so much pressure on us in this time, and people do feel, you can't display weakness, because if you do, then everything around you will collapse or something. But it was just really, just expressing that, and I suppose, I don't know whether you can say anything about how we can, because I really like the way that you're talking to your children about this, and you're telling your children, we actually are allowed to display weakness. It's all just too much. You know, and how we strike that balance, because obviously children want security and want their parents to be strong and protect them, but also, you know, we just need to be human, not just with the children, with everybody around us. I suppose, I mean, not really a specific question, but it really identify with that. You know, I think a lot of people were to varying degrees in terms of what they did.
Well, no, certainly, Nisreen. I think again, you know, you're striking interesting points there. Of course, you know, COVID kind of added to some of these already occurring experiences which have been going on generationally for a while. But you know, the experience of you know, the talking about having to be strong, for example, you know, that brought me into even the mind space of thinking about what my children have had to deal with in terms of, you know, the class they come from, being working class, but then also, you know, being Black, that, you know, that there isn't space to really mess up. You know, as a kid, there isn't as much space to mess up. You know, you have to kind of grow up quickly. You have to grow up quickly, and if you do mess up, then there's calamity that follows, right? This is something that I experienced very much as a kid. It's something that I would hope my children don't experience as much. But if I'm honest, it's likely that they do feel that weight of having to grow up, or having to be aware to the unfairness of treatment that they face. And so
do you tell them that? Do you say, well, messing up for you is different to messing up, other people messing up? Is that something you talk about?
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm as vocal as possible with them. Some things I ask them questions regarding, and I ask them to explain their responses and why they feel the way that they do. And sometimes we'll perhaps even do research around that, but really to give space for them to open up around, their feelings, because I think the part of the difficulty is in there not being space for conversation. There was a little bit of that, in terms of my family, but at the same time, I would say, my mum is like crazy. She's badass. She's real strong and everything. Her thing, she was always very much like, well, if they're hitting you once, you hit them back twice as hard, or, you don't have space to be weak. You got to be, you got to work 5 times as hard as, your white counterparts. They're not going to let you rest or anything like that. Things that, like, don't get me wrong, instilled within me perhaps an ethic, and especially a work ethic, actually, to I treat every day as potentially its last. And I don't say that in a depressive way, but the fact that, look, like, life is an incredible thing, but things change literally at the drop of a hat, right? Again, we think about the obviousness of the virus and what that has done in terms of flipping the world, right? In terms of what we knew, loads of things changing forever. Even having a conversation like this, to me, this is it's an opportunity to talk about, the feelings that I have, much in the way that the likes of Ta-Nehisi Coates or even Akala talks about within his book, Natives. One thing that I'm aware of, even in terms of my own trajectory as a practitioner, is, my online presence. My online presence perhaps says that I'm, this strong person, but then you add race onto that, and the fact that I'm a black man, that I'm, like, if I get affected by something, it doesn't really hurt me much, which is so far from the truth that it's, kind of almost unreal. So, something in the form of the writing behind the film was very important, in, even for me personally, to remind myself of one's own humanity at a time when our humanity has not only been challenged, but in some respects has been, stripped away or deformed.
Okay.
I want to, this is really very profound. One thing I wanted to really ask you about, to expand on, which I found, again, really interesting, is you talk about vultures parading as journalists in the film. Just tell me about that. Are you referring to the role of media as a whole?
Oh, yeah.
In this pandemic, or before the pandemic? Just tell us a bit more about.
I think both, really, both. If we, for example, take on what was lightly mentioned earlier on, the Black Lives Matter movement, and what I kind of refer to as this point in time of white enlightenment. Like you said, Nisreen, those of us, people of color, black people, we've been doing the work for so long. We've been dealing with various levels of violence, not simply just physical, but emotional, mental, economical. And then all of a sudden, there's one day in May or June sometime where, more and more people are saying, oh, well, this particular day on Tuesday, we're going to post a black square to recognize these feelings that might just be plausible. You see, the thing is, it's almost like that thing of, like, before and then after that thing happened, like, in a way that, like, there's the experience of living before the internet existed and then after the internet existed. you know, and in this kind of similar way, although of course, you know, thinking in a different kind of aspect of trauma, there was, and I don't think I just speak for myself, but, you know, many other, you know, friends, comrades and so on, you know, there was the massive feeling of anxiety and fatigue and sadness and even anger, that were we kind of living in some kind of fantasy land of explaining and expressing and detailing what we go through, you know, that it wasn't real, or that we were being too uppity or too angry or too emotional all over the place. And then all of a sudden, that period where it was like, are you okay? Oh, how are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry. But sorry for what? Sorry for what's been going on for a long time, or the privileges that are afforded by you that myself and many others are not afforded. Is, you know, again, this is all very, even though that happened, you know, earlier on within the year, you know, there's so much to kind of unpack and still to kind of get to grips with, which at the center of it, my hope, and I do say this as a hope, that this moment doesn't fade away, like, you know, like most hashtags tend to, you know, like a kind of festival-esque kind of situation of, oh, well, I'm doing my bit for the Black community by doing this, or I'm not being racist by doing that, or, you know, recognizing things almost like it's a month or just this moment and then that's it. So, yeah, loads to unpack there.
Absolutely, and I completely identify, particularly about what you say about the stories, because it's always about, you know, let's hear the stories. So any stories, you know, stories of discrimination, you know, people, you know, I think that moment in time, you know, with the Black Lives Matter, where you know, certainly I felt, you know, that, well, really, we passed that. You can't just listen to stories and then move on, you know. What's the action, you know, from the story, you know, what's going to happen if people tell their stories, you know. It's not just about, oh yeah, exactly what you just said, oh, you know, that's too bad, and then move on in the same way. And I did hope, like you, that there will be change from that, because this has been the status quo, you know, for a while, you know, for the majority of people, you know, there are, you know, and that's what we said in health and in public health in general, you know, we know there is racism. What are we going to do about it? We're not just going to regurgitate the figures over and over, saying, oh, look at all of these inequalities, let's prove them to you, look at all these figures, and then people kind of debating about that. No, we know we need to move on now. What are we going to do about it? So yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Fascinating. I have a similar feeling about decolonizing everything, and it seems to be news to people in the last 4 or 5 years. And I feel like, you know, post-colonial people have been crying themselves hoarse for the last 100 years, trying to explain to you what was wrong with empire. It's not a new experience, but yes, it does make you feel really uncomfortable. That it shouldn't turn into something just like a festival. I wanted to take it in a slightly different direction now, because what I was struck by was the imagery of your son. I think it was your son with his kind of astronaut helmet, walking through this landscape. And you were mentioning just before the sense of kind of distance and alienation, not belonging. And a lot of the film is about that sense of not belonging. And the helmet struck me, especially because of COVID, about the sense of breathlessness, not breathing, the air being unsafe. And in some ways, it almost felt like that your son was walking in an alien landscape. So, and it evoked two parts. It evoked this kind of the COVID alienness, where everything is alien and the air is unsafe, and we're no longer in a safe environment. But also, it felt like you were referencing kind of immigration and being from elsewhere, or being seen as being from elsewhere, where you keep getting asked, where are you really from?
Yeah.
I'm from Southampton. No, but where are you really from?
Yes,
So
exactly.
this idea of alienness. So I was wondering if you wanted to sort of speak a little bit about that, about the helmet, because that helmet keeps coming up.
Oh, it does. No, definitely, and I think it's great that you raised that point, Priti. For those of you who are listening or watching, I'm not sure if some of you may have seen one of the first films within the Relic Traveller series, Relic 1. But this is the first time that you see one of the Relic Travellers, because there are multiples. There's another one that you see in between Relic 2 and going into Relic 3. But of course, my son was the first Relic Traveller, and the reason why I mentioned the Relic 1, which we released in 2017, was there's a peculiar scene at the end of the film, actually, where our Relic Traveller's helmet has been taken off, but they're using a kind of like breathing kind of mask device. And the idea behind that was really to try to emphasize this land or landscape, which has kind of been changed, or it's been disfigured as a result of environmental issues or pollution and so on. And so there was already this idea that this atmosphere was no longer perhaps like habitable, or this idea that the West is the space of civilization was not necessarily civil, or even looking at the idea of the exotic, kind of bending the gaze of what is exotic from a European or white perspective, and turning it right back on itself. So with my producer of the films, Nefertiti Eboshi Shandorf, we spoke a lot about this idea of exploration and re-exploring these spaces or these environments, and imagining them in a point or time not mentioned through numbers, but just through what can be seen, the results of a point in time where detrimental, and in this case, racist, nationalist, fascistic ideas create a closing of borders that destroy so many points, or should I say pillars on which societies around the planet exist. Travel is synonymous with the development of ideas and culture. It's how we learn. It's how we, and then I guess going back more into the detail of the use of the helmet, or should I say the MiG pilot costume, because the costume itself it's an altered MiG pilot costume, and these costumes were developed with the MiG kind of like jets or fighter jets, which the Russians developed kind of around the I guess like pre-Cold War era. And so, like at the time, I was looking to create or even alter a type of outfit that existed. But the thing that I began with in terms of like an astronaut outfit was that it was too big, too slow, too clunky, and our character would just feel or look like the Michelin man, and just, they wouldn't be able to grab something or walk quickly enough to get somewhere, right? But how I was able to perhaps consider the plausibility or the potential that could exist even as a speculative idea was the fact of the additional history that I'd found out that the Chinese reverse engineered that Russian technology. And so by thinking about the Chinese presence within the African continent, well, of course, again, migration, exchanges of culture and technology as a result. That's where, for me, the idea of the Chinese presence even is. It's something that, even in the writings or the statements for the work, it's not kind of made as a, hey, this is what we're doing with this outfit, because I like the idea of creating surprise within a work, or that there are Easter kind of waiting to be found, or that are embedded, you know. So yeah.
That's brilliant. Thank you.
No problem.
On that note, another thing that is very kind of present in your film is water, and I was wondering why that was. What was going on with that? Absolutely.
So again, I think this understanding of travel, of the story of migration, the story of the migrant in various layers, even the historical element of that, the many stories that are lost at sea, you know, through the transatlantic, of the many unnamed human beings that lost their lives through forced servitude, to me was a very important element to kind of, you know, to talk about, but to perhaps utilize a symbolic process of explaining that, which is why water appears throughout a range of the Relic Traveller films, the 5 films that exist, but then also the utilizing of the shell, you know, the importance of this this prehistoric object that again also holds with it you know, history and stories untold. One of the things that I used to love doing when we would take the pound kind of coach from Tower Hamlets to, you know, Margate, especially, or Southend on Sea, was, you know, when we would go to the seaside, you know, finding shells where you could hear what was, you know, what people would describe as the sound of the water or the ocean. You know, if you listen to it, you can hear the ocean. Even if you weren't by the ocean, you could hear the kind of sound of, you know, something moving, right? So, you know, that became a very intriguing proposition to explore throughout the work. And that's something I also have, you know, again, Nefertiti, my producer, to thank for that, you know, because we moved back and forth around how we would locate this kind of idea, but by utilizing nature, but thinking about nature as technology, because I think that's the thing. Sometimes when we talk about technology, we talk about things that are, you know, metallic and plastic and, you know, built, but there isn't the kind of understanding of technology that exists, or the evolution of that through nature. I came up with a silly idea of some kind of device that, you know, some built device that the Relic Traveller uses, but Nefertiti brought to the table her own personal shell, which she'd acquired some years ago, and that kind of married with some of the footage which I'd shot in near Table Mountain in Cape Town with the crushed shells. To me, it felt like, okay, yeah, we've got something cooking here, you know. So yeah.
So broken stories.
Indeed, absolutely.
Beautiful. I thought, I mean, we don't have a lot of time, but I had a kind of quick question. What does it mean to be a relic traveller?
That's a good question. And I think it's a ever evolving question, even for me as you know, I guess the creator of the project, of the stories. The Relic Traveller. The Relic Traveller is in many ways a kind of I guess a cipher or connector for those that have made journeys, difficult journeys, testing journeys. The Relic Traveller is a symbol of this process, but the revisiting of those experiences, those stories, the angst, but even the hopes as well, you know. As is known within the project, the Relic Travellers are sent outside of the AU or the African Union to pick up these vocal testimonies which have been left behind. And, you know, one thing that tends to happen in a lot of conversations that I've had is people assume that, you know, the relic traveler exists at a point in time of utopia. And that is so far from what I planned for the project, or even I feel I'm even saying. If anything, I feel like there's kind of even a warning even of what might or could happen.
Yeah.
And really at the heart of that is a responsibility around the future by making a connecting bridge to the past in a way that has never been done before. So I'd say that multitude of things, you know, responsibility, the anxiety of the untold past, and the difficult and almost even impossible mission to create a healing connecting point to those lost and untold stories.
So kind of archiving expedition, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Brilliant. So, Nisreen, do you have one more question before we turn to our audience? Because I'm sure there are going to be quite a few there.
I wanted to touch on maybe quite topical now, you know, what you say about stockpiling and, you know, contingencies for war, but no preparation for pandemic. We just heard that the defense budget has been increased, you know, at this time of pandemic. And I, you know, wanted to hear a bit more about your thoughts around that, because obviously that's the thought that I have all the time, you know, how much do we spend on wars or preparing for wars that we spend otherwise to just improve life for lots and lots of people.
Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of, it's comparing the millions that's spent towards you know, child poverty, for example, in the UK we're talking about, right? And we're not, you know, versus the billions, or even then potentially historically entering trillions that is spent on wars, on stockpiling of weapons. And I think when you, again, it's, you know, similarly to the point that is made in the letter regarding the statistics regarding, you know, Black people, you know, you can't hide from that truth, or that historical truth, which is also contemporary, that the government loves to, you know, this conservative government loves to and has done historically, this you know, pushed out this idea of, you know, being strong and being united and being in this together, when really, well, actually we're not. I think, you know, I think that again, coronavirus has exposed that we couldn't be further apart than we perhaps even thought in the first place. It's just made it more blatantly obvious, the haves from the have-nots, but also I think the intentions that our government has, and other, you know, governments, especially Western ones, for what they want to do with society. As far as I'm concerned, if your priority is not in to looking after the people, and those, you know, urgent issues, and not just regarding you know, child poverty, but, you know, abuse, for example, or even depression, so many things, right? Then it says to me, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm just passionate about this, because, you know, so the message about the defense budget is, you know, in the name of protecting the British people. Look at all these, you know, other ways, missed opportunities of protecting. We're in a pandemic. There are causes. So from the virus itself, but all these other things, you know, that you
absolutely, you know, protecting our nurses and doctors. How many of them have died and needlessly, right? Again, it's all about priorities, and I think it's safe to say that those priorities are not with the people. The priorities are with it's with capital again, by investing in destruction, in violence, in killing.
That's great. Thank you.
It's about the narrative, isn't it? Because obviously that narrative is taken up by a lot of people, politicians do things to appeal, and I suppose that's the most depressing bit, rather than what the politicians themselves use, is that they're doing things to appeal to at least part of the population.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this is wonderful, and I thought we would open this up to discussion. We have quite a few people here, and it would be great to hear from the audience. If they have any questions, please put your questions in the Q&A box, and we will pick them up as they come. It would be lovely to hear from you and see what struck you about this piece.
While we're waiting, can I ask another question? I also wanted to ask Larry, because in the film, in the letter, there's also mention of algorithms.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, this pandemic is filled with, full to the top with, algorithms, and and I just wanted to hear your take on that.
Oh gosh, from what perspective are we talking regarding social media, or are we talking about the mutation of data?
Yeah. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, wow, it's quite a big one, actually.
Okay.
I'll try and keep it.
If it's too big. I think we're getting some questions as well.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Maybe I'll hit back into it.
Maybe we'll bring it back if someone else asks. So we have one question. Sorry, do you have
I think I can see it. What is it? Simply, what did your children make of Reliquary 2? That's a good question. I mean, all right, so to answer that question, and this is probably going to sound a bit macabre, but when I was working on the piece, I didn't I didn't speak to my kids on the phone or via, like FaceTime or whatever and say, Daddy's writing a letter for you. Mm-hmm. I would just have conversations with their mother about it. We would talk about writing letters. She's actually in the process, Hayley's in the process of writing a letter for our kids. And it's very similar to the process of when I work in general, even when, I cast my son Sinai as the relic traveler, I didn't try to place the weight of responsibility onto them, so my hope actually is that they come across it rather than, it's something for them, but for them to come across rather than, hey, go and watch this. This is your homework. You must, and it's something that I, even in my career, my profession, I try not to do. I try not to, put the weight of the art scene on my kids, in the sense of taking them to loads of shows and things. I mean, we do things as a family, but, before, cinemas closed, we went to the cinema much more. We would go to the park much more. Not that we wouldn't go to galleries, but again, it's this idea of legacy. That legacy is there, and that belongs to them, and it's there for them to take when they find the interest. Otherwise I would feel like I'm forcing that down their throats. But again, I feel in a way, that letter exists through the conversations that I have with them, the moments that I share with them, the messages, and even the learnings behind, whether I've done something hopefully well, or even when I've made mistakes. Hope that answers the question.
And Jane Chalk responds, that's interesting, makes it very powerful for you and the family. For me, it makes the artistic idea complete. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
It's really funny, because while you're talking about not forcing the film on them, with this pandemic at the start, I was doing a lot of media, talking about COVID-19, which I wasn't used to. So I used to force my children to watch the interviews. To tell me what they think. Like to tell me, do you understand what I'm saying? Because I want people. And now I stopped, and they ask me, so, oh, have you stopped doing that? I said, no, but I'm not asking you to watch it.
Mommy knows how to do this now. Thank you.
Yeah.
They made me feel really guilty now.
Oh no, totally. Well, what one thing that I will say that that both myself and Hayley would, that we implement within the kids' lives is, in a way we did that before, coronavirus was a thing, is just hygiene, really. So if when I would take the kids to some of the other karate sessions that we had, just constantly making sure they're not holding on to rails, and if they do, then look, get that sanitizer out, or just being careful around the things that they're touching, and that how that might make its way into their systems and so on. That I think is the thing where it's like, no, like, you got to understand this, right? Everything else, I think it is more, in a sense, kind of like open, which again, I would just hope that with the work that we're doing with our kids, that it becomes a conversated process, where it actually is genuinely digested and not just kind of flows right through and they didn't really understand anything.
We're waiting for a few more questions. Should we go back to the algorithm? Because I think there's something that you don't have to talk about algorithms. I think that's
I think only because of my scientific background. So obviously I got attracted to that word.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess one of the interests that I have in terms of algorithms is perhaps like the mutation of them towards society through things like social media. So our behavioural patterns, or the way that things kind of change as a result of that, or the way that kind of interests are kind of like brought in as the next new thing, and then that's the thing we kind of like focus on for a while, and again how it makes its way back to the lives that we're living, and especially at this moment in time, we're kind of, because we're inside, we're in limited spaces, right? These cubicles of sorts. But also understanding that, if you really want to go deep with it, that algorithm, in a kind of science fiction level, historically has lived through the institution of racism itself. It's not simply coincidence that someone such as myself would feel very alone on my BA or even my MA when I was studying, as a result of the type of environment that is conjured, that tells me that some of the things, again, that I'm either paranoid, or what you're thinking of isn't necessarily art, but it may be low arts, for example. Where for me came about my understanding, but I never had the language perhaps for it at the time, of the colonial process of learning. One which didn't depend on the institution. It didn't depend on pedagogy that was brought through the institution, but was followed through my own natural inquisitiveness to consider the experience of the world around me, but also the various aspects of culture that I grew up with, that were and are art forms.
We don't have any more questions. I also thought that algorithm is also about dehumanizing people. It's the same thing as statistics, isn't it? Yes. But at the same time, right now, algorithms feel like God, in the sense that they determine our attention, they effectively determine how we live our lives, which way we're going to go. So it's almost, in sci-fi terms, it is the sort of central deity, so to speak, that kind of is determining everything. So I I liked the sci-fi element of the whole film as well because of that, because there's so many things that can be referenced through that kind of sci-fi language that you don't have time to speak in the 10 minutes, and that was fantastic.
And also, obviously, with the algorithms, we all have to remind people over again that they can be biased because they're programmed by people who are biased.
Absolutely.
So,
which is why I mentioned the history of racism again. If we think about it's the pseudoscience, right? It's based completely on false myths, and that's what a lot of algorithms are. They're based on this idea or this set of assumptions, and then if you just feed that tiny little assumption, even when people perhaps have an argument online, you just see the way that thing just mushrooms, and so it's those are some of the things that I was certainly referencing through that point.
Fantastic. I think we are coming very close to the end of the hour, and this has been a very, very fascinating discussion, and I hope we can continue it in other spaces. And your work has such relevance and is so poignant and powerful with such economy that it has really, at least for me personally, been an absolutely wonderful experience just engaging with it closely.
Absolutely, every single part of it really I completely identified and connected with it. So congratulations on this piece of work.
Oh, thank you. Well, thank you so much for such nourishing conversation, and great to be spending time with yourselves and the rest of the attendees as well. Thank you.
Brilliant. So that's it from us. I hope you have a lovely weekend, everybody. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
We all come from different places, new faces. You want to try something new on for size? No disguise, bright-eyed wise. You're learning, it's burning, the passion inspired. There's grafting, it's lasting, but it's yours for commanding. You're built from the ground up. The soles of your feet meet the place where your passion pounds the sound of the streets. The soul of your mind, deep inside the impossible kind. You've got the right to go from 0 to 60 in no time at all. This is your time to shine. This is your time to fall. Down, you're falling, free, flying. Your hands make the plan. They mold and they shape to create the cityscape. Not just the skyrise scene, but the people within and where they have been. Mind-racing, game-changing, hair-raising climb. No time-filling, stand-stilling, waste-nothing time. The wind in your face and the salt in your eyes. The grind, you strive, the lion inside. Fire and flames have changed what they mean. You were born somewhere else, but you'll be made in this city. Say yes to what comes, don't just wave as they pass. This world is for those that grasp every chance. Dream of improbable things and the journey you'll take. Those that think outside the box tend to bring about the change. Fortune tends to favor the brave, so find the courage to build the paths that you'll pave, because a ripple in the water might just become a wave. This place is for dreamers, believers and schemers, team players and game changers, the nightlife, the daylight, the bright lights and sunshine, the wet days and walkways, the green place and deep space. The people around us, the me and the you, build us up, break us down, rebuild and renew. We're here when you need us, to guide and provide. But this journey is yours, to capture and ride. You'll be made here.
Welcome back to Hands-on Humanities Day, the annual one-day event organised by the University of Southampton to explore the world of humanities and beyond. We hope you enjoyed today's programme and we're excited for the rest of the events coming this afternoon. We'll start now with Dr Drew Crawford talking about the project Waves of, on music, sound and spatialisation. Then, at 2 p.m, Dr Megen de Bruin-Mole will lead a panel of experts in conversation about the idea of being human as praxis, on speculative futures and the future of humanities. And finally, at 3:30, Carole Burn will host a special session of Writers in Conversation with the internationally renowned author Tracy Chevalier. And please remember, if you want to talk about today's events on social media, do it by using the official festival hashtags, #HumanWorlds and #BeingHuman2020. And to continue to contribute to today's conversation, type your comments and questions in the YouTube live chat. And you can help us shape future festivals by taking part in the short anonymous questionnaire. We want to make this experience accessible and enjoyable, and your feedback will allow us to do that. Enjoy this afternoon.
Hi, my name is Drew Crawford. I'm a composer and the creative director of the Waves of project. I'm also a lecturer and researcher here in the music department at the University of Southampton. I'm interested in music as it's experienced in space and how we can make music that grows out of the space in which it will be performed, its acoustic properties, and by extension, its theatrical and choreographic potential. In 2019, I wrote a piece for the students here in the Department of Music to perform at the Turner Sims that explored these ideas, working with the acoustic of the concert hall and the instruments and performers available within the student ensemble. We moved sound physically around the space, exploited psychoacoustic phenomena to create sonic illusions, and even employed an 8-channel PA system to alter the perception of the audience so that the physical space of the hall became the acoustic space of the nightclub. The virtual reality experience that we've just premiered at the Human Worlds Festival is a translation of those ideas into the virtual reality space made possible by the popular games engine Unity. And this represents a first foray for me into these virtual worlds in collaboration with experienced colleagues from the Winchester School of Art Games Design program. Now, one of the first decisions that I had to make was around the kinds of sounds that would exist in this digital space, this virtual world. Now, there was the option of recording the live instruments we had originally used, but I opted instead for completely new digital sound sources and ones that traverse electronic music history in some way. So there are Blade Runner type synths with contemporary granular synthesis techniques and modified keyboard instruments as a way of honouring the purely digital world that we were inhabiting. It's not interactive in the sense that you can move around the space or change what's happening, but rather you stay in one place and you can look around up and down and explore your position in the digital world. And in this way, I maintained compositional control over the emotional impact of sounds experienced as either close or distant and moving either fast or slow. And that's key to part of my research. Now, our ears are extremely sensitive to information arriving at either side of our head, minutely different times and intensities. And this tells us where a sound is in relation to us and in relation to the space around us. We can think of this as bottom-up processing, the ears telling the brain what's out in the world. But we also use our eyes to help us localize sound sources in a kind of top-down processing. I see something over there and that should sound like this. And so in that way, the eyes and the ears work together. And so it was very important for us to think about what these sounds would look like, indeed what the world would look like in which we hear these sounds.
From the very beginning, we decided we wanted the visual side of the project to support the audio part and not take the attention away from it. Our sources of sound were going to be surrounded by darkness, and so we considered different art styles and concepts such as watercolors, bioluminescence, painting with light. I tried to use different approaches to creating the visual environment, starting from 3D modeling in Blender to using Unity's particle systems and coding their behavior. What I have found in my research is that Blender can create 3D animations that sync with an audio clip using F-curves, which was great and would have helped us a lot had we not had troubles exporting these animations from Blender to Unity. seeing that this doesn't work quite as well and quickly as I would have liked, I decided to start creating more dynamic programmed visual effects in Unity using its particle systems. One thing that helped us a lot in connecting the audio with the visual side of the project was this script that can modify an object or material trail's scale or brightness to the connected audio source's amplitude, and we use this throughout the performance. While we have not managed to achieve the polished look that we initially had in mind, I believe what we have now fits its purpose and of connecting the visual with the sound.
When composing the original piece, I started by experimenting with the ensemble in the Turner Sims, trying out some of the musical ideas, the sonic illusions and musician choreography. And based on this, I then created a storyboard of the whole piece before notating it for the musicians to play. Similarly, when adapting this piece for the virtual world, we started by testing some new ideas for the sounds and how they would behave in this virtual environment. And once we'd figured some things out, I had to come up with detailed scripts and movement maps to be able to communicate to the team how I wanted the sounds to be choreographed in the immersive space.
Previously, when coding in Unity, I had to make everything as solid as possible. As in games, you don't know where the player might go or what it could do or click on, and so everything needs to be unbreakable. Compared to games, this project is more like a performance rather than a game, and so the player cannot directly interact with anything, which made things simpler in a way for me. I did not have to worry about the player or listener breaking the game, so coding the performance made me feel somewhat like a film director, having my little actors or game objects do what I tell them to do. Well, maybe Drew was the film director and I was more the assistant, making sure everyone was in their place, ready to show up on the screen at the right time. And this is where Drew's scripts and sketches came in particularly useful. They contain information on how far or close, how loud or silent an audio clip should be, how and where it should move across the space that we have. And so following these instructions made it very easy for me to create movement or the illusion of movement these sound objects have in the scenes. In terms of collaborating with known coders, I can't say it was a big change from my usual projects. In games, it often happened that other team members, such as, for example, visual artists or sound designers, don't have a thorough understanding of Unity or coding, which is normal given that it's not their jobs to know or learn these platforms. And so I'm quite used to working with such people. With that being said, Drew's ideas had to come through in the performance that we were building, and his scripts and sketches were more than enough for me to understand his intentions and what he wanted to see in each scene in terms of movement. However, due to the fact that I have little to no background in music, it sometimes became harder for me to understand what he wanted to achieve in certain points as more technical sound or music terms came into play. Thankfully, James is experienced in both coding and music fields, and he was able to explain to me, or rather translate in code or maths, what Drew wanted to hear. And having all this working, I was then able to find solutions or sometimes workarounds to what Drew wanted to achieve in the specific scene.
Hello, my name is James Stallwood and I was the technical director on the project. When I was first asked to work on this project, I was thrilled to be able to grapple with such an interesting concept. Part of what I do in my own research is aimed at answering peculiar what-if questions about technology. So when I was asked to work on creating a digital performance in a VR space, I couldn't wait to sink my teeth into all the different challenges that would provide. In live music performance, there are so many factors at play. The physicality of playing the instrument, the audience, their relative position to the performers, and the acoustics of the room. When trying to give a performance in virtual reality, you have to think about how those factors will play out and influence each other. To deal with this, we started designing a system of causal linked nodes, each representing a different aspect of the musical and visual performance. Each of the nodes feeds off of the information passed to it by every other node. This node matrix was weighted according to relative distance, velocity, frequency, and other factors. And we got that information from the performance instructions of the piece. So we ended up implementing a kind of butterfly effect for the sound and visual information. Putting all of those things together, we were, I feel, able to give a convincing performance, whilst tackling some of the major issues that the performance space gave us.
During this project, with Drew and James's help, I was able to understand how Unity deals with certain sound effects and to discover some faults in it. That things that may work in games, because the players are usually not particularly focused on the sound effects and they rely more on the visual side of the game. And so you can trick them into thinking that what they hear works the same way as in reality, when in fact it doesn't. So that might work in games, but the engine couldn't trick Drew's ears, and we spent a fair amount of time trying to recreate something that works reality-like instead of using Unity's built-in components. We managed to create something that works on some type of sounds, but not others, and then unfortunately we ran out of time before managing to find a solution to all these things and to explore them in more depth.
So this project was interesting in solving the problems of creating a believable reality and hyper-reality within a virtual space for a pre-existing work, pushing the native audio capabilities of Unity to their limits.
What we realized in this project is that while Unity might be a great game-making engine, it might not live up to the expectations of a musician. There's many things that could be improved if wanting to create a true copy of how sound works in real life. I believe there's a lot more to explore in terms of sound in games, and there's aspects of sound effects that I would have never thought of before this project, which I'll pay a closer look to in future projects, thanks to Drew and this project.
There are still lots of areas unexplored, lots of questions unanswered, and lots of problems to still overcome. So from a research point of view, this is a very exciting area with a huge amount of potential, especially to ask some of those peculiar what-if questions. It's a chance to explore a new frontier.
I think one of the things that will be interesting for us to perhaps explore next could be using Unity's native sound capabilities and seeing what creative and new things we can do with it that they were never intended for.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, James and Andrea.
Afternoon.
Just in where we finished up with that, we're just waiting for some questions to come through, and just thinking about those last little bits in our pre-recorded video about where to next with this. One thing I wanted to ask was, both of you, because you're both much more experienced with both, I presume, playing games, but also designing in the game's engine, Unity. Why is the sound capabilities, why are they so restricted? But I would, the interesting thing for me is that vision is very linear. Okay, you can't see around an object. Okay, you can only see what's in front of you. But in terms of sound, we can hear in 360 degrees. We can hear in all directions at once. So it's kind of, which is a very special kind of aspect to our perception of sound. And I would have thought a really key way to create a simulated experience of the world, which is what's happening a lot of the time when we play a game. So do either of you kind of have any ideas, or do you speculate on why, for example, sound is harder to implement in Unity than, say, physical or visual concepts? Or is that a mistaken place to work from?
Well, I would say that I think it's a lot to do with the concept of fakery that goes on with game design, and where we have to design things to highlight things unnaturally than they otherwise would be. So when you're in a game and you have to be able to hear the person sneaking past you, and the footsteps are so audible and in a way that they just wouldn't be, I think that's part of the reason. The other aspect of that, I think, is just the type of game experience that you're going to have in an ordinary game that uses an engine like Unity is part and parcel of expectations of sound from a game's perspective. So I don't know that people really worry about, and maybe not enough, how audio really works in the real world.
Yeah, right. Andreea, what do you think?
I think that game designers and developers focus more on the visual side of the game, as that's what we, as gamers, and I think we rely more on that rather than the sound, especially if it's not like real world. I think, yeah, we tend, there's not enough, that's definitely not, I've done some research on this, on games that focus on gameplay that is around music. There's very few games compared to everything else that focuses on visuals, and so yeah, I just think that people haven't gone there yet. There's a few games that do this, that for example, you're in a house and then you have to guide yourself with the sounds that you hear, and everything, the screen is black, but and so there you focus on the sounds, and the sound is the most important thing, but those are just very, very few games like that. And so yes, I think game designers and developers just focus on the visuals, sadly, for now.
Yeah, I think the thing that I'm saying is, what odd about that is that sound is so immediate in creating a physical environment when we experience it. But maybe what James just said a minute ago helps to explain that a little bit, because the concept of the uncanny valley, if something, like the footsteps are really obvious. If it was too real, it might be literally too real, and it's that thing that when the robot looks too much like a human, we start to get a little bit freaked out, or when the animation looks too much like a real person. Have you played that game, the video game where you have to find your way around with sound?
Yes, I have. It's a horror game, so it's quite scary. You have a cane and then you need to like sort of use it, and it makes some sound, and then you hear if there's something like next to you, or if you're gonna like run into a wall or stuff like this. So yeah, I think it's a really interesting game, and yeah, it was great.
I think that's really interesting that I was, considering what I was just saying about how immediately sound can create physical space in our minds, in our perception, that's a horror game. And because that sounds perfect to me, the fact that you could, obviously we weren't trying to do that in our project at all, but I mean, it's just that thing that you can be lying in bed and hear a noise in the house and be like, and there's an immediate emotional reaction, because like, I'm not familiar with that sound at this time, coming from that place, but I think I've just heard it come from, so and you don't need your eyes to do that. And in fact, often, in fact, speaking about horror, so many, not that I'm an aficionado of horror, I'm a bit of a wimp, but a lot of horror stuff is they don't show you the worst things, because what your imagination can do is far worse than what they could show you. We've got a question has come in from Keith, Has access to music changed globally, and will your research help the digital generation engage more? Goodness me. Has access to music changed globally, and will your research help the digital generation engage more? I am going to start with the first part of that question and then refer the rest of it to Andreea as a member of the digital generation. But I think access to music has absolutely changed with the ubiquity of not just platforms like YouTube and Spotify, but particularly YouTube, because I mean it's ad driven, but it's essentially free, and pretty much everything, all the music that's being made in the world ends up there, and there are cheap devices on which to see that in virtually every pocket of the globe. But I think the interesting thing about this, about working with sound in virtual reality, is that we can create these experiences of music as a three-dimensional thing, rather than something that sort of more is two-dimensional, or that we just experience as being in front of us over there, or something that we can be in the middle of. And if you haven't experienced that as a music maker, I think that could change your relationship to music. Andreea, do you, as a member of the digital generation, as in you've grown up, you were born when the internet existed and was already impacting our lives. How do you think the kind of work that we're doing on virtual reality side things might affect a digital native's access to music?
Well, it's a really interesting question, because so far, well, I have this opinion that we're not using technology at its most power, at its full power, and we're merely importing stuff that we already have. The way that a PDF is basically a book, but it's on a digital screen. But you're reading the same thing and you're experiencing the same thing, and it's nothing more than that. And so I think here, at least, we failed to, with the PDFs and this, we failed to create something new with the technology that we have. But with the stuff that, so with YouTube and Spotify that you mentioned, again, it's, yeah, you can have it and you can watch it and you can listen to it, but then having our sort of project, it's much more engaging you can actually look around, and I think it allows you to experience something more it's like being in a concert essentially, rather than just watching a screen. And so I think it's a lot more engaging than what we have now, like YouTube and Spotify. And so, yes, I believe this would help a lot. And if we had this interactive, if we could make these things interactive, that would be even much more engaging to people everywhere. And it would be a whole new level of listening to music and what music means to someone.
Well, that actually brings us really nicely to the next question that's come through, and I might address this one to James, because I know it's something that we've talked about in terms of, because just to be, I mean, I think I say this, we said this in the video, but this is the first time the three of us have worked together, and we've started our collaboration in the middle of this pandemic where we're all locked down. We've never been in the same room together, and so that has had its advantages and disadvantages. But as in, one of the disadvantages was, I think, that when you're in the same room with people, you can develop working relationships and patterns and read each other more quickly. But I think we've got quite a good little working relationship now. But one of the questions that's come through is how you might, from Adam, would be how you might use the constraints of a video game engine to create new types of spatial sound. And of course, and the second question also came through, which is, can you imagine ways the audience could get more engaged, which is also what Andreea was just saying. So, James, I'll just throw it to you, because we have talked about new types of spatial sound, and it's actually a tricky question because of the physics of sound, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think what's really intriguing about that question and what we've been thinking about is the idea of the player, the user, the listener, whatever you want to call the person engaged with this, their expectations for performance. I mean, one of the things I was thinking on during this whole time, and it might be a bit of a sort of sophist argument, would be, is this a live performance or not? And I still have, the jury's undecided as far as I'm concerned on that. Maybe this is a third way. And so I think when you're dealing with expectations of sound, as we've done, particularly in the experiments we've done, looking at trying to make things more realistic, hyper-realistic, as you said, and then, you know, sort of quasi-realistic and not realistic at all. Those spaces are so different in a VR space that who's to say whether it's a constraint or not? Because maybe we have to, as Andreea was mentioning when she was talking about using the technology, maybe this is just new. Maybe this is just a new way of doing things and a new experience.
Mm. Yeah, I agree, because as a composer, my training was about having control of an experience, and so we were translating, and as we translated this experience from the live concert hall to the virtual reality space, we were just exploring what was possible. But the whole time we were thinking, well, you know, if we weren't trying to just translate this piece across, we could do X, we could do Y, we could try to imagine what it would be like if we reimagined the physics. I think that the tricky thing about that is that our ears, we have evolved as a species, but we've also been learning since we were in the womb to correlate the physics of sound to a very concrete experience, and so we can go against that, but we can't. But we actually can't change it. So we actually, sorry, we can work with it or against it, but it's always there. It's not something that we can ignore. And I think in the visual realm, you can create. There are certain oral illusions, and we've actually got one of them in the piece. We've got these shepherd risette glisses. So this sounds like a sound that's constantly rising, which is kind of an equivalent to an optical illusion of, you know, like an Escher drawing, for example, of the shift of perspective. But it would be interesting for us to see where we could take that and how, you know, what we could do about that. Yeah, so I think that this is actually a tricky thing, is how do we work with these very, very hardwired perceptions that we have, senses that we have, and the way that we decode information to create some kind of new experience that you were both talking about. And I like the idea of, having said that, this idea of control, instead of trying to think about working in this space as being making a piece, you're not making a piece, you're making an experience, and which is a subtle but important distinction. And then I think one of the interesting questions to ask is, what do people go to have that experience for? Why would they want to go and have this experience, and what can we offer them? And if that is about interactivity, if it is about putting control into the hands of the player, listener, audience, whatever we call them, that in itself is an interesting question. But I'd like to ask you both this question, because I think it's not just about music, but it's about digital arts in general and these new digital worlds that we're creating, which is particularly pertinent right now, and I think about this a fair bit, is that if we create these experiences that people can't fundamentally share, everyone's going to have a different experience. Whereas many forms of art, it could be argued, evolved for us to have shared experiences that we then bond over, and we have a shared sense of the world because we're understanding the world through these works. What happens when we no longer have these shared experiences to bind us together as a society? That's a very big question, but I'll just throw it over to both of you to see what you think.
Well, I'll be brave and try first. So I think I think it's an interesting one. There's always the potential for a technological bringing of people together. There's no reason why you couldn't get multiple people to experience the same thing at the same time. But in the same way that everybody's going to come with assumptions and expectations and requirements of the work of art that they're working with, there's a certain assumption and expectation about being with someone, as you were saying earlier, actually, with our working relationship. And again, I'm going to default to perhaps my cop-out, which is it's just different, it's just new. And maybe that's a big problem, as Andreea was saying, for us to try and use the technology beyond the replication and start to think about what it actually can be. Andreea, what do you think?
Well, I obviously know that, well, I guess, because in games, for example, you can have a local multiplayer or you can have an online multiplayer. And so even if you are like online, it doesn't mean that you're there and that you experience everything together. Although it is more than what we have now when we listen to YouTube, like when we watch YouTube videos or so. But yeah, we can have even local experiences of games, or and then I think that can. Obviously, it can't replace what you would experience if you're at a real concert and, that feeling of being there with your friends and dancing and everything. But I think it could potentially reach maybe 80% of that. But yeah, I don't know what the technology that we could develop could make us do and feel. And I think there's a lot of research to be done in order to have a proper answer to this question.
Yes, that's fantastic. Thanks so much, Andreea, and thank you, Jane. We have to wrap up now, but I think that you're right. I think, Andreea, when you said that it may not be this, it's something new, and it's not about the technologies can be used to divide or bring together, or they can be used to create completely separate experiences, or joined up experiences. And I'm certainly looking forward to exploring some more of those things with the both of you on our next project, whatever that happens to be. And yeah, I think it will be something interactive. We'll get to explore how it could be interactive and possibly even multi-user. So thanks so much, James and Andreea, for joining me today. Thanks everybody who's watching and for all the questions that came through. And I think it's now time for the next event. Please stick around. There's an afternoon full of really fantastic talks coming up.
Hi, my name's Nicky Marsh and I'm the Associate Dean for the Faculty of Arts and Humanities in the University of Southampton. And I'm very pleased to be able to welcome you to this roundtable this afternoon called the Speculative Future of the Arts and Humanities. This roundtable discussion, which will look at the problems and the issues facing both the disciplines and practices of the arts and humanities, is also an occasion in which we can launch the new Southampton Institute for Arts and Humanities. The launch of this institute is a big moment for Southampton, and we really aim to do two things with it over the next few years. Firstly, we aim to use it as a platform for entering into the national debate about the value of the subjects and the practices that happen within our faculty. The crisis of 2020 has revealed both the importance of the arts and humanities and also their precarity. So we know very well that during the first lockdown, how important arts and culture were to people. And we also know how after that lockdown and ongoing, the difficulties, especially the financial difficulties that have faced the arts sector. So one of the things that we want this institute to do is to work across academic work and kind of creative and cultural practitioners' work in order to be able to be part of a conversation that is defending and articulating the importance of the arts and humanities today. The second thing we want to do is to contribute new kinds of knowledge to these debates as well. Our institute is multi and interdisciplinary. We have scholars working across film, art, media, philosophy, English, history. And it's very important that we find new ways of working to speak to this contemporary moment. And I think that this is very important, and the theme of this roundtable is very important, because the work of Sylvia Wynter, which we'll be discussing today, has demonstrated that the pandemic and all the events, the crises of 2020, not only the global health crisis, but also the crisis in the Anthropocene, the environmental crisis, and the political crisis around Black Lives Matter are all deeply interrelated. And it's the ways of owning our disciplines and owning our intellectual work and owning our institutions in ways that can address this crisis that we really want to talk about this afternoon. Now I'm going to hand over now to Megan. Megan is the kind of coordinator of the Being Praxis event and the owner of this discussion. So over to Megan.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. And thank you, Nicky, for that introduction to the Southampton Institute of Arts and Technologies. My name is Megen de Bruin-Mole. I am a lecturer in digital media practice at Winchester School of Art at the University of Southampton, and I teach on the MA in Global Media Management, which is co-hosting this panel together with Saya. So a big thank you as well to those who participated in other Human Worlds Festival events over the last 2 weeks. You'll likely recognize a few faces here today if you have done. We laughed, we played, we thought about what it means to be human, and I've really enjoyed the many takes and approaches to this idea that we've seen. This roundtable in particular, along with the whole series of events that were part of the Being Human as Praxis theme at the Human Worlds Festival, aims to explore the relationship between being human and human practice, in this case, arts practice. So we often think of the act of being human as a natural thing, perhaps a result of our biology, which of course it is to some extent, but at the same time, being human is something else, right? Something based on our environments and cultures and on our interactions with each other. The human's a category that enables empathy, but also cruelty. It can bring us together, but it can also be used to separate us and to change what we mean when we even use the words us or we. So with that in mind, we're having this discussion. We've had this series of events around this idea of being human as praxis. And this theme was inspired, as Nicky mentions, by the work of the writer, critic, and philosopher Sylvia Wynter. In 1992, Sylvia Wynter published a now famous letter in response to the Los Angeles riots, describing how dominant knowledge systems excluded some people from being counted as human. In this case, her example is the LA judicial system's regular use of the acronym NHI to refer to any case involving a breach of the rights of young, jobless Black men from inner city ghettos. And here, NHI means no humans involved. Winter called her fellow academics in this letter, her fellow academics and creatives, to marry their thought to this issue, using their own power within the system to rewrite knowledge, not just through theory, but through practice. And more recently, Winter's thoughts have been collected and responded to in a book of essays called Being Human as Praxis as well. And it invites its readers to do the same, to think critically about what it means to be human and what the role of scientific and humanities knowledge might even be within this discourse. And while we're not going to be talking directly about Winter's work today, we are going to be thinking through some of the same issues that she does. Specifically, we're going to be talking about what it means to practice being human and how this practice or praxis can change the world, possibly for the better. Thank you very much. And now I would like to pass on to introduce our discussants for today, Larry Achiampong.
Hi there, how's it going? My name is, of course, Larry Achiampong, and in terms of the way that my practice connects with praxis, I would particularly like to focus on a project which I initiated in 2017 titled Relic Traveller, which is a speculative project. It's set at a point in time in the future where the global West comes into a point of decline as a result of increase in nationalism as we know it in the real world. Yet at the same time, the African Union, as we know it, comes into a point of prosperity and independence as a result of the passport program, which actually is being worked on in real life. What's quite peculiar about this project and that relationship with praxis is the situation set before the African Union. Amongst the many initiatives that they set up, one of them is called the Relic Travellers Alliance. And Relic Travellers essentially are people whom are sent to the outside of the African Union to pick up vocal testimonies which have been left behind by people who have been oppressed from various points in time. I'm hoping that we'll be able to perhaps expand a bit on that within the conversation. But the reason why the African Union sends these relic travelers is in order to create a process of healing through unearthing not simply just conversations, but voices that have been eroded from history.
Hi, I'm David Blandy. I'm an artist. I often work in collaboration with Larry Achiampong, but also make my own work dealing with the human condition and the ways that we form connections. The project that I'd like to concentrate on is the World After project I've been working on for the last couple of years, where I imagine a post-human world 8,000 years in the future, which is based after the climate cataclysm, and humans no longer exist, and but all the individuals and descendants have been altered through this magical substance called essence, and have become effectively post-human, merging with various genetic strains around them, forming these new hybrids. So how this manifests is both as installation, as video, but also as a role-playing game. So players create their own characters inside this space, and they can be either a hulking figure with growing mushrooms on their body, or they can be some sort of creature that's been melded with a lizard, and each of these has different possibilities, different abilities, and through the game space, these different life forms find new relationships and form collaborations. So it's really a space in which to form new kin. And yeah, I mean, there was a question as to how we can our hopes for the future. And I think my hope is that these networks can keep building, and that through these possibilities we can forge new games, new groups, new alliances.
Hello. Hi, I'm Kevin Brazel. I'm an associate professor of English at the University of Southampton. My academic research is mostly on modern and contemporary literature, but I also write creative nonfiction. And it's that aspect of my work I have found myself writing and thinking about being human as a praxis. So the project I'd like to bring to the table is a book I'm currently writing called Whatever Happened to Queer Happiness, which combines essays, criticism, memoir, and speculative fiction to explore the relationship between desire and happiness. And in one chapter called Fear of a Gay Planet, I've turned to the speculative planets of queer and feminist science fiction to explore what happens to sexual desire when it is separated from the practice of reproducing the human species. And one thing I think we see in these worlds, like Octavia Butler most famously, where aliens and humans and animals reproduce across species, is that what we call the human is not just a biological fact or a philosophical concept, but it's a decision that we use to negotiate the limits of reproduction and desire, a decision and perhaps therefore a praxis. But I think speculative fiction simply shows what we want from our current real world. And I think what these worlds show is that there's actually nothing necessarily liberating about turning the human from a fact into a praxis. It can be used to oppress as well as liberate. But I think we need to take the risk of speculative fiction and thinking to explore that. And I suppose if I had a hope for arts and humanities and writing, is that we could build the structures to enable us to continue to do that kind of risky speculating. Thank you.
Hi, hello. My name is Sarah Hayden. I'm an associate professor in literature and visual culture at the University of Southampton. And what I'm working on at the moment is very much about voice in art, and specifically thinking about the presence of a lot of voice-driven work in galleries today, why that might be happening, what that might allow for, what kind of possibilities it opens up, and also more recently, what it might close down. And so in terms of how that work intersects with this idea of being human as praxis, I suppose it's in terms of the risk that's there when the human voice, as it very often tends to do, becomes sort of synonymous for some thinkers and for some writers, I suppose, with humanness itself. When the voice comes to signify what it is to be human, or when the capacity to receive a voice, to understand or to hear a voice quite specifically, signifies humanness in some way, we end up in a really tricky and problematic situation. Another kind of sort of toxic biocentricity, I suppose, where the sort of physical capacities of speaking and hearing become somehow human. When the voice comes into the world in that way, I suppose, we're presuming speech to define a certain sort of referent we, and hearing to unite another kind of referent we, and hoping that in their intersection there is a single and universal audience. But of course that's not the case. We're also presuming that all of that audience will understand the same speech in the same way, that they will speak the same language with the same accents, that they will process what they receive at the same speed, and with kind of equivalent levels of difficulty or ease. The philosopher Adriana Cavarero wrote really beautifully about the voice and its extraction from ideas throughout kind of Western philosophy of its abstraction, and the voice becoming divorced from the sonorous voice, the voice that we actually materially produce, the voice that we receive as sound. And there is in sound studies a sort of fetishization sometimes of the voice, of a kind of presence that it contains, materiality that it brings into the art space. And that's equally, I think, problematic. It can lead to some highly exclusionary art practices. And at the same time, it has this wonderful political potential. And so the artists that I'm excited by, and among those are, in fact, David and Larry, who are here today, are artists that use the voice to do really political work, and do that political work in a way that is at the same time critiquing and considering and thinking about the voice, and not just using it unthinkingly or unconsciously. And that's really exciting to me. So that's what I'm exploring, and I suppose how it connects to the theme today. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, my name is Florence Okoye. I am a user experience and service designer, and I'm particularly interested in sort of intersectional futurism and using kind of critical ways of thinking about the future to reconfigure, I suppose, methodology for community-centered design. I guess at the heart of this is an interest in kind of understanding how, like, the way we work, the way we make technologies, the way we think about technologies, impact the kind of stuff that actually gets made. So in terms of like projects, I can't say that there's no particular project that comes to mind, other than kind of like the breadcrumb trail of various workshops and lectures and things like that I do with design students and non-designers, and basically anyone who's interested in kind of trying to rethink the world around them and what kind of worlds they want to live in. Because really, I think at the heart of it is just trying to get people to kind of rethink some of the categories that are often taken for granted, and to kind of almost get a sense of self-awareness about how the way we think and the way our day-to-day interactions impact and kind of create new ontologies, as it were, and new categories of what it means to be human. And I think that really is really the link to is a strong link to the topic of kind of being human as praxis.
Hello, I am Kurt Sylvan. I'm an associate professor in philosophy at the University of Southampton. I have very broad interests in philosophy, but my research is really mainly in the theory of knowledge and the philosophy of practical reason. I consider myself an analytic philosopher, but I've always had a hidden passion for some continental philosophy and also for the rest of the humanities, which I suppose is why I'm here. More of my publications are in the theory of knowledge, but it's this second area, the philosophy of practical reason, that's most relevant to being human as praxis. And the work of mine which is most directly relevant is a paper of mine in the philosophy of practical reason called The Eclipse of Instrumental Rationality. So this is a culmination of work that I've been doing since I was a graduate student, seeking to provide a fundamental alternative to what continue to be the surprisingly dominant utilitarian approaches in both epistemology and the philosophy of practical reason. So this paper is radical, at least for analytic philosophy, in suggesting that it's possible to do away entirely with means-end rationality. This seems impossible to many analytic philosophers because they assume that life kind of forces means-end rationality on us. Well, why would you think this? It's kind of obvious why you might think this. Our lives clearly can't always be dedicated completely to appreciating things of ultimate value. But then there's this assumption that for that reason, everything else we do has to be understood just as a means to what is ultimately valuable. So what my work has tried to do is to suggest that there are other ways that we could think about being derivatively rather than ultimately valuable than being a means. And these ways allow us to imagine a different way of living, a way of living in which everything that we do is part of something intrinsically worthwhile, not just a means to something that's intrinsically worthwhile. So to see what I have in mind, just consider a simple example. Right now I'm saying some words. Why am I doing that? Well, I'm doing it because I'm trying to explain something. Am I saying these words as a means to explaining something so that the words come first and the explanation is a kind of upshot? Well, that's not how I think about it, and it's not how I think we should think about it. my talking is part of my explaining, and that's the more important thing. So what I try to suggest is that all action can be understood in this kind of way. And I also suggest that if we don't understand action in this way, we will end up alienated and cease to be part of something meaningful. Okay, so one hope that I have is a quite ambitious hope, which is that we might use this way of thinking about action to try to reverse the marketization of higher education in the UK, or at least resist what Arendt would call the rule from within. So by thinking of what we're doing in a different sort of way, a way that departs from the means end model, maybe at least we can begin to make progress on that issue.
Great, thank you. It's extraordinary rich array of different kinds of practices, different kinds of interventions and different possibilities, different forms of the new emerging here, different kinds of bodies, different kinds of voices, different kinds of kinships, different kinds of wholes. And the thing that I'd like to begin the conversation, and I hope it's a conversation between all of us, is by asking the discussants today, what do they think the nature of their relationship with the non-human is? So if we've been offered a different kind of version of the human, of a different kind of version of the human coming through your practice, and I want to kind of think about the reverse of that. How do we imagine or address or interpolate the non-human, be it animal or the environment or machines or around that kind of creation? We're recreating and rethinking that very category. It's a post-human. What does it mean to think of what's beyond that? How do we reimagine Winter's other there in your practice, in your creation of knowledge?
For me personally, and again thinking about Relic Traveller, I guess the aspect of the non-human occurs very much throughout the work in the representation of these Western sites which the Relic Traveller or Relic Travellers apparate across. They feature no other human existence other than the Relic Traveller to perhaps assume that a terrible moment or occurrence has taken place as a result of some of the things that I spoke about earlier. I think the other kind of element or interest of exploring the non-human, or should I say perhaps the lack of right to humanity, really, through the unearthing of the stories of the oppressed in the project, really is trying to explore time travel as a way of healing. So it's not all about, kind of like DeLoreans and, flashy devices and so on, but really unearthing voices that have been silenced, unearthing voices that have not been allowed to be human or allowed to have agency. But then perhaps the understanding that in order to create a future, the past has to be considered. And this kind of comes into a term which I coined about a year or two ago called Sanko time. And Sanko time combines two words. The first is Sankofa, which is an Akan phrase from Ghana. I originate from the Ashanti heritage. And one of the phrases we use, being Sankofa, means to go back and retrieve it, to go back and try to find something, that thing that is lost, that has a connection or relationship with a future that won't be found without it. So that's how I guess I kind of respond to that.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Larry. That idea of unearthing the voices and listening to the voices, it seems to be kind of central to lots of what we were saying. I wonder if, Sarah, does that make sense for your work as well there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I'm wary of saying too much in response to Larry, because I think I'd probably talk for far too long and with far too much enthusiasm. But I think that what Larry does in that work in terms of this kind of unearthing of voices is something that happens in infinitely complex ways. And I also think that sort of as well as this sort of unearthing of voices that have been silenced, or like he says, of a kind of oppressed, I guess of sort of oppressed ancestors in a way that become audible through the relic travelers' carrying of these voices across time and across space. But that also the fact that certainly in Relic 1, that the relic traveler picks up a shell at one point, and that it's through the shell that those voices, to the audience at least, or to the viewer, come to seem to become audible, if that makes sense. So that we hear a voice that ventriloquizes those unheard voices, but we hear it in the context of seeing the relic traveler, who's of course a child, picking up the shell. And I think that's something that is very pressing and very urgent. And I suppose that Winter, it's kind of shocking sometimes to go back to someone who was writing in that way sort of decades ago, and to realize quite how much of what she's saying seems only more relevant now. But the sort of sense, and I think that Megan brought that out in the introduction, of the kind of degree to which all of these things are interconnected, that sort of is there too in Larry's recent writing, in terms of thinking about the pandemic and thinking about climate change, and the degree to which all these various kinds of crises are kind of compounding and compacting and exacerbating inequalities that were already there. But in terms of connecting those different kinds of oppressions, that maybe the presence of the shell there, of the kind of the body, the carapace of a non-human other species, as a way to think about how we might sort of hear other voices or make other voices audible, that of reaching beyond kind of what we consider to be our own species perhaps, and to sort of becoming more conscious of our being in the world, and a world that is not just a human world, but one that we share with other species. I realize that what I'm saying there is all a little bit rambly, but I suppose thinking about sort of non-human presences with whom we share this world, and a world that is imperiled by a very particular kind of version of humanity's actions.
I mean, there's a tension there between understanding the world that we're in, and the urgency and the necessity of doing that right now, and also knowing, and I think this comes from Winter's work, that the tools that we've got for understanding this world aren't enough to allow us to imagine a new world. And that's what I was kind of thinking of both David's writing and Kevin's writing here, is the way in which, and their kind of practice, the way in which they're asking us to think about kind of fantasy and imagination as the way through here. I wonder if either of you want to say anything in relationship to that question. David?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think in many ways the in the world after, in this imagined space, the human is in some ways the threat. It's the deep past that's being investigated, and you exist in this space as the post-human, and the humans that you actually encounter are those that have left to Mars and the moon in the form of the vast corporation, the Cryorg. So in a way, this kind of plot becomes unravels during play, to be gradually discovered that through almost both an archaeology, or discovering kind of aspects of this past, and how did this present come to be, but also having this present threat of the return of extractionism, and yeah, it's complex. I better go now.
It's a very 2020 experience.
I'll jump in.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you. Yes, I definitely have written about, and I'm writing about the ways in which speculative thinking, speculative fiction, sci-fi, all these things are the way to, if they are the tools, I guess, to imagine a different kind of future, as you were saying, Nicky. Again, I guess just another thing that came to mind just based on your first question about, what happens in this kind of speculative approaches to the human, non-human relationship is actually another piece I'm working on at the moment is written about and with a British photographer, Ajamu X, who is a Black British photographer. And he is currently doing some work on objects, thinking about the roles that objects play in sexual desire, and has sort of created these speculative fake archives, so of photographic archives of sexual objects. So he's remade sort of like 19th century platinum print photography and has taken a picture of all these sort of like objects that seem at once kind of sexual but also torture objects, and it's sort of like a speculative archive of the role that non-human objects play in our desire. And I think that kind of speculative work can actually make us think about, what's fascinating about our desires is human desires are never just about what is human. They've always had an element of the non-human in them. And yeah, it's definitely those kind of speculative art projects that I find open up the way to think about that, if that helps.
That's great, Kevin. And it goes back to what Larry was saying, that in order to imagine this future, we also have to recreate or engage with the past, because that's kind of formed the boundaries around us.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, like actually on that note, because one of the things that I've often found helpful is also reminding people that, so say if we think about what is non-human, to remember that humanity itself is not a single thing. It's a gradient. It shifts depending on legislation, depending on states' borders, depending on time and space. Someone can be seen as fully human in one context, and in another context that they whatever identities that are given to them are enough to render them as non-human. And certainly if thinking about like new technologies or think about new futurities, also remembering that these are in some ways they're almost like more human in a way, because they verify and they demonstrate the genuine values and needs of like the dominant voices or of particular voices within a particular context. So that's definitely something that I always find really important and actually quite helpful, it seems, in practice, is reminding people that, for example, technology shouldn't really be seen as something that's somehow separate to humanity. It is part of us. It is, in fact, it's like the marker of humanity. And it's also really interesting looking at like other like non-Western philosophies, so particularly like Africanist philosophies, which do tend to have a much more humanistic in some ways views of technology. But yeah, that whole thing about also looking at the past to understand the different technologies we use to create those categories, those gradients of what it means to be human, whether it's racism, whether it's gender, whether it's notions of sexuality. Like all of these things have been kind of like economic theologies in a sense. And understanding how those things could have been created in the past also helps people understand how they are creating them in their day-to-day existence, actually, as much as they are victim or privileged by those that are currently in existence, that they too are actually depending on how you work, depending on who you talk to, and depending on the very kind of who you send emails to, who you interact with, you are in a way contributing and being a part of that kind of technological sort of like design process. Although in this case, the object you're creating is another form of humanity.
Yeah, thank you, Florence. That's really articulate and powerful. What you're kind of getting at there, which I think leads onto the next question, which is a kind of slightly different register, is we are making these things all the time in our practices, in our relationship to our technologies, in our relationship to one another, and we're doing it within very specific contexts. And one of the contexts that I wanted us to think about here that I think is useful and core, both to the broader question of being human and to Winter's work, is the context of our disciplines and the context of our institutions and the context of our practices and the histories and the imbalances and the power relations that they bring with them. At the moment, and I've been saying this to people I've been talking to all morning, when I think of the university, I can't help but think of a halls of residence with barriers around it and smoke coming out of it and being tended. I mean, it feels like a watershed moment for what HE means. And I want us to think more broadly around what are the institutions, some of us working in galleries, with museums, in university departments, what are those practices? And how do we think about those practices? And what are the narratives, particularly around in humanities, the kind of history that we're bringing with us all the time is the history of kind of liberal humanism, and that will make things better. And that's a very tempting narrative right now, when things look so extreme. So how do we avoid that narrative? How do we refresh that narrative? And how do we think about working within our institution? So the language of, when I was talking about the institute at the beginning, the language of interdisciplinarity is a very easy one for us to reach to, but it's also one that's very easily co-opted, I think, by all kinds of people and all kinds of discourses, all kinds of kind of funding regimes. So how do we think about our disciplines and our practices in relationship, and our institutions in relationship to these bigger questions? I think would be my next provocation. Kevin.
I actually have something on this, if you can just give me 1 minute to pull it up. So yeah, the question about how do we relate to the institutional contexts of, I guess, sustaining our practices. One of the things I've also been writing about, not to bang on about that, but because it's fresh to mind, is actually what alternative institutions and community building work artists have been doing during the pandemic, particularly queer artists based here in London. And I've been involved in looking at things like this great project called Queer Correspondences, which is run by Cell Projects, which you should check out. But also really amazing things like a project that has been run by the Ford Foundation in New York with artists June Lamb and Marlo Mortimer, and it's called Indisposable: Structures of Support After the ADA, so the Americans with Disabilities Act. And it looks at the ways in which differently able artists have built support structures there. So all that is to say, I think that one response is actually just to recognize the alternative structures that artists and people have always been making outside of the university or whatever, and maybe to think about what they can show us for how to change the big real institutions.
Thanks, Kevin. Sarah.
Thanks, Nicky. I suppose just one thought that I had on that question about institutions is very much kind of, I suppose I was struck in kind of looking at some of the Sylvia Wynter yesterday of her, I suppose, centering a quote from Gregory Bateson, where Bateson talks about sort of systems of civilization, process civilization, human organizations being concerned with sort of self-corrective systems that are always conservative of something. And I suppose that thinking in terms of your question about sort of HE right now, or about what arts and humanities, what they can sort of mean for society more widely, is that we really need to be, I think, always very conscious of the ways in which the institutions in which we're involved, whether those are art institutions or higher education institutions, have tended either to perform or to have thrust upon them a kind of conservation focus. And maybe that's particularly true of arts and humanities, or how they're being thought about right now, almost as though there's a part of research or knowledge making that's about innovation and moving things forward and changing things. And then that arts and humanities somehow is supposed to be about nurturing a kind of appreciation for what already exists. And that seems like a very dangerous way for us to think about what we're doing, as though we're just kind of tending I suppose, libraries of what is already there, what's been inherited, what's been understood to be important, what's been understood to be, say, the canon or the pillars of, say, a very particularly shaped, constructed idea of what is civilization or what is culture. And I suppose that kind of thinking back to that image that you brought up of sort of what's happening in HE right now, perhaps in this moment, is to kind of make us always stay conscious of the fact that our role is something other than just to keep things as they have been. And it is to keep questioning, and it is to keep critiquing, but it is also never to kind of rest on the presumption that that sort of, I suppose, that universities are naturally and always necessarily good to start with, or that art is automatically doing good things because it's art. And any time that we think in those ways, we really risk reproducing some terrible, terrible behaviors. And we're never going to get out of that until we turn back the gaze on ourselves and question exactly who we are and what we're doing, and what our responsibilities are, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll certainly follow on from what Sarah kindly said there, and to even add to that, I think it's very interesting how, you know, back in, you know, kind of May, June time of this year, when, you know, coronavirus kind of forced everybody onto their screens to take notice of Black Lives Matter, how institutions, you know, not just based in the UK, but throughout the world, mostly, you know, throughout the global West, one by one, kind of had this almost copy paste kind of response to the injustices that have been happening to Black folk, to Black, queer, and trans folk. That has been going on for a long time, and not like said communities have not been crying out and shouting out. You know, there are institutions the likes of, you know, the International Institute of Visual Arts, of which I'm a board member, or Autograph ABP, who have been doing the work for decades. And I would argue and say that, you know, that this valuable work that they've done and the incredible projects that they supported, you know, from the likes of Faisal Douala through to Sonia Boyce, and plenty more practitioners, has kind of, it led to the inspiration of many institutions in terms of their approach to exploring, you know, new ways of thinking. So there's a lot of work to be done, and then, you know, even on the understanding of HE, you know, and art school, there's certainly you know, a problematic space there, which I feel, even as somebody whom, you know, did a degree and finished in 2005, and then did my MA in 2008. You know, I've taught at the Royal College of Art for the last 5 years. There's been a kind of a cycle, a repeat cycle of these experiences of being made to feel othered, or that our voices are not necessarily valid. And so all of a sudden, at this point in time, into 2020, when we have when there's no place to hide, especially for white liberals and the white elite, you have no choice but to face up to that fact and to face up to that truth, which is painful but is necessary. So I think there's a long way to go with that. My hope is that there is real change that takes place with that, but there's a very long way to go. Yeah.
And we can see just the kind of, as always happens, that moment of earlier in the summer being kind of closed down by the ways in which gallery spaces and curatorial spaces are being recontrolled, and this idea that we can rewrite that history being controlled right kind of quite centrally in ways that I find, you know, that are very intimidating, I think. I don't know if Kurt or Florence want to say anything here about these questions.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, like leading on from what Larry was saying about the amount of work that still needs to go. And, you know, in many ways, I'm currently anyway in a context where it's becoming well, to me anyway, it's becoming increasingly clear that there actually isn't really any way to go beyond to do something entirely different. So particularly thinking, so I'm working within the context of a museum and more in like the science museum. There's, you know, still so much work that needs to be done for, you know, to get away from, say, deficit models of like education, you know, and this is stuff that actually like critical, you know, communicational science, and in fact, it's actually quite mainstream now within communicational science. And yet these are things that actually are quite difficult to do on an institutional level in terms of how we communicate and talk with people. And a lot of that actually comes down to the underlying structure of these institutions. So it's not so much that there is a long way to go, it's in the sense that actually kind of what we're seeing is evidence of an unearned privilege, actually, that these are institutions with a wealth of data, of knowledge, of artifacts, but almost because of the fact, or because of the dynamics that led to that fact, that they've become these huge nodes within the network, they are actually incapable of living up to that responsibility. And I think, you know, it's become very evident if one thinks about, say, at the moment, the pressures that a lot of institutions are under to get rid of staff, because of some of the outcomes from COVID, and all of these things are actually dependent on the limiting of funding from the national government, and that's because, you know, national governments have decided to go down a pro-austerity route. But all of these things are so intimately bound up that actually certainly for me, I'm beginning to realise that actually, for all that these institutions have a wealth of power, very real power, I'm beginning to think fundamentally incapable of actually living up to the responsibility that such power would suggest they would have. And as such, it's both incredibly daunting, but it's definitely like an interesting challenge to think about. Okay, well, what comes next then? If this is the reality, if the reality is that these institutions are constantly never going to have the skill sets to be able to do the work that they themselves want to do because of issues with funding, because of issues with whatever, because of institutional issues of inequality within the industry or these big, then something quite different has to be done in order to address the challenges that well, now quite frankly are threatening our species as we know it.
Yeah, and the realization that their power is the thing that means that they can't change is something that's, you know, we need to kind of turn over the autopoietic system, as Winter would say. And yet what's really sticking in my mind from this conversation is the description of your breadcrumbs in the face of that authority. So that's the trail that we leave, but it's also very evocative and kind of powerful as well. Kurt, can I bring you in here?
Yeah, sure. No, I was wanting to say something. So in particular, I wanted to pick up on Sarah's point about what's misleading with the concern with conservation or preservation, and also in doing this reaffirm some of what Florence was saying. So yeah, this concern does tend to assume that the real exemplars of the disciplines are to be found within the university, and also that the disciplines can't continue to exist without the university. And it's this that kind of creates this temptation to be motivated by a fear for one's continued existence. But I guess especially in the case of philosophy, this is a very questionable assumption. I mean, some of the best examples of philosophy come from people who are not actually officially recognized by the sort of profession of philosophy as it exists in the journals. And also the incentive structure of the institutions arguably kind of undermines philosophy, especially in academic philosophy. The focus is very much on producing journal articles rather than books, and creating kind of sound bites rather than complete systems or really worked out systematic ways of thinking. So I think the response that I have to this is that we should be always thinking of ourselves as part of the wider activity that continues to exist outside of the university, and try to derive strength from that and be a bit less fearful for that reason. Although obviously we also should be concerned about our continued existence as academics.
Yeah, that question of the porosity of the university borders, I think, is a really important one, or the porosity of any of these institutions' borders, that they think of themselves as very porous, but actually we know that they're gatekeepers and that they lift those gates for very conscious, very deliberate ways, and that our practice is part of that, and we need to kind of be aware and engage with that. I think is something that I feel very kind of actively in my own work. I don't know if anyone else wants to speak to that kind of questions about institutions. I think we've the other thing I'd like to think about, and I think I'm in deference to Megan here, who is the organizer, the coordinator, the person behind this very much, is to think kind of practically about. So Megan wanted us to think about something hopeful, whilst also being attentive and responsible to the histories of this crisis and the manifestation of this crisis right now, but also kind of practical. In the ways in which we think about a kind of post-human praxis. How do we think about that as a kind of praxis? So I don't know if anyone could kind of, as a way of concluding, think about that, whether we think about kind of narrative, whether we think about embodiment, whether we think about risk, these are all kind of words, that, imagination that are kind of coming through here. How do we live this in our work? And how do we kind of model it in our work? I think would be the thing that Megan, I'd like to kind of conclude by maybe asking discussants to think about.
Sorry, my camera is not working properly, but to kick off, my thought on that, and also kind of connecting with what Florence said earlier, and I do agree in terms of that. Maybe there isn't a long way to go, as it were. Maybe my words were perhaps not quite articulate in pointing out that, in a way, actually, I don't think institutions can do as much as they think that they can, in so much as, because of the structures which they've derived from, those privileges will always be afforded by a certain few, right? So that has to be obliterated. You know, if you really want to see the actual change in the end, that has to be obliterated, right? But I think, you know, the where that future sits with is with the people. You know, it was incredible to see, to also engage with other Black folk practitioners and non-practitioners alike at such a critical time to talk to try to give ourselves space to breathe, especially from the feeling of exhaustion, because, you know, up until that point in May or June, many of us, we'd been talking about these things for a long time, and told, oh well, maybe you're a bit too angry, or maybe you're just a bit too, maybe you're just a little bit too sensitive. And then all of a sudden this particular date passes by, and then there are black squares that are shared, and oh, it might be plausible that these experiences might be real. You know, so it's almost like, you know, a group of us have been living within a science fiction novel. So, you know, so my hope goes back with the people, really. And I, of course, one then therefore might say, well, then why do you show within gallery spaces? Well, why not? I deserve to. My family and their family and so on, and both voluntary and involuntarily have used their blood and their sweat to create what exists right now. But I just don't feel that the institution as a model is the kind of is the final place, or the central space perhaps, where these changes are going to happen. Of course not. But is equity important still? Oh, definitely. Of course it is.
I'm tempted to leave it with the institutions won't do it, it's the people. But if anyone, come on in. Sarah.
I could add just a tiny note that I think connects a little bit Florence's really beautiful description, I think, of just the degree to which those injustices are kind of baked in to the systems, to the institutions, and the kind of recognizing that is quite necessary, rather than producing perhaps more of those very superficial kinds of statements that that Larry referred to as kind of being suddenly kind of proliferating at a particular moment and not necessarily coming out of all of the work that was being done, that is being done elsewhere. But possibly in terms of Nicky's request for sort of and Megan's request for something maybe hopeful, I think that maybe thinking about this idea of being human as praxis gives us a way to think about the degree to which our concept of what it is to be human came about through storytelling, right? So Winter talks about the kind of the bios and the mythoi and the hybrid human that comes about through that, so that we made ourselves, we made this idea of the human through constructing ourselves in language, through storytelling, and that's kind of storytelling in the widest possible sense, that is obviously also art making and all kinds of creative practices. And so possibly, if we did that once, we can maybe do it again. We could make another kind of human through storytelling, through art making, through a different kind of narrative, through different kind of creative production. But maybe it requires the realism of recognizing sort of what's baked in, what we can do, but the degree to which that storytelling has been the way that we have brought ourselves into being. So it's not just a hobby that we retire into, but it's how we make our world, I suppose. So maybe that's where the hope might be.
Thanks, Sarah. And I think David?
So, I think what has to be remembered is that, which is inside all of this work really, is that understanding that the self is effectively a fiction, a narrative that can be recreated and reconfigured and re-understood through conversation, and that, a lot of the pushback that we're having recently to Black Lives Matter, etc., is people not wanting to rewrite their histories. So it's trying to get people to understand that change is good, and we all can change, and that's how society changes.
Great, thank you. Megan, can I hand to you to round off?
Yeah, thank you so much for everyone. I feel like this is just the beginning of a much longer discussion that I'd really like to have, but I'm aware that, all of our time is limited. So thank you just so much for being here for this discussion. Thank you all to everyone watching for being here for this discussion. And yeah, I hope this isn't the end of it. I definitely hope to continue this discussion with all of you at some point in the near future. Yeah, how to conclude? I mean, I might just jump in with something that David just said, and that that we've been talking about kind of obliquely at different points, which is what needs to be done, but perhaps more importantly, who needs to be doing it? Because I feel like sometimes and here I'm talking about kind of the speaking from a position of privilege from the institution, what we think that we need to do is sometimes, we need to become the center of this story that, solves everything that is going on in the world. But actually what Winter points out in her No Humans Involved letter that I mentioned at the very beginning of this discussion is that, often the role of the institution isn't to take that kind of position in the story at all, right? The story is not about the institution, although the institution has certainly played a role in how the story got to this point. And what we really need to be doing is paying attention to the people, paying attention to the human forces already in practice, and figuring out how we can throw our support in on that front. So I guess maybe as a hopeful note, it's not always our story. Sometimes it's up to us to participate in other people's stories. Sometimes being human places us at the center. Sometimes it places other people at the center. But what's important is that we always, I guess, keep trying to have these discussions, keep trying to listen to each other, keep trying to put being human into practice. Also, as we move into the Q&A just now. So if I can thank you, everyone. We can't do a round of applause because we're not seated in a live space, but thank you very much to everyone for this discussion, and we'll continue in just a minute in the live Q&A.
So we're going to carry on our conversation now, and we're also inviting people who have watched this and have got kind of questions to participate here. I just want to kind of ask Megan, first of all, to reflect. We know that today's event is part of a national festival in which kind of extraordinary range of things has been going on. There are conversations about the Scottish Constitution, about global Derbyshire, about mining, about alcohol in the archives. I was excited by, just as an idea. So all kinds of things are going on, and Megan has been kind of active this week also in curating our own events. And Megan, would it be useful to kind of, as we open up this conversation, to reflect on what's been happening in Southampton around the Being Human as Praxis series?
Kind of reflecting on what I said a couple of minutes ago, that this is the beginning of a much longer discussion. Obviously, this is the beginning of a discussion for us in this space, but these are discussions that have been going on for a really long time, right? Also, as we've talked about in the discussion. So I'd be really interested to see in the chat or from other people, if anyone has any kind of practical ideas for what's next. You know, we're in lockdown maybe for the foreseeable future. You know, hopefully a vaccine is on the horizon, but we don't really know when or how that's going to be implemented. So what next, right? How do we ensure that this conversation is not just a conversation, but that it actually leads to other things, leads to further conversations? Where do we go from here? And I don't know if anyone feels equipped to kind of jump in at this point, or if we have any questions in the chat. I see a few comments.
I can jump in with that, Megan, because I think what's really interesting about this is the first of a series of events that are going to be launching a new institute for the Arts and Humanities in Southampton, and that institute is meant to be bringing together work across disciplines, across kind of creative and critical practice in new ways, and allowing us to have different kinds of conversations. And I think one of the really useful things about starting here and starting with academics from different disciplines and practitioners and curators is understanding we have to own the histories of the institutions that we're working within, and also be really mindful of our kind of privilege and our responsibilities right now. So for me, I think if I think about how I'm going to carry on this conversation, which I think is really, really important, it's being very self-aware about what it means to be in a university, what it means to be in a position of kind of relative security in an institution, and how we can kind of embody our practice in the events that we organise, in the conversations that we have, in the people that we invite in, and to be aware of who's not getting invited in. So I think there are very immediate kind of practical ways in our own practice to, as embodying institutions, which is one of the things that we're doing here, that are really, really useful and that I've really, really valued.
I'm just looking if there are any further questions in the chat. So we don't so much have a question as a comment. So one commenter talking about, I think something that Florence said, points to a particular point as being very evocative. So this idea of the object that you are creating as being another part of your humanity. This maybe also relates to ideas of technology as a marker of humanity. Does anyone have any further thoughts on that? Yeah, Sarah, thank you.
I can kind of hop in just for a second, Megan. I suppose it's sort of answering both Nicky's point just there and this sort of question about technology, is that maybe in both instances that sort of the past year has really I guess it has changed what our institutions are. It's certainly changed how we engage with them or how we exist within or outside of them. And that there's a kind of an opportunity now perhaps to think about how sort of what do we do to shape the institutions as they will be, you know, potentially remade, or to make them differently. And I guess that's the question too with technology right now, is the kind of case of how do we, as Nicky said, sort of take responsibility? How do we become agents of the technologies that we create, as opposed to considering ourselves as being subject to them, and that we don't kind of walk away from them and presume that we don't have responsibility for how we create what are ultimately going to be the other kinds of structures that shape how we work with each other, and sort of that organize how our systems and our society works. That happens through institutions, but it also happens through our technology, and that we have the capacity to shape that through policy, but through kind of critically assessing and thinking about and engaging with it, rather than walking away from it and presuming that it will take care of itself and won't reproduce the problematic structures and the oppressive categories that we made in the past, I suppose. And how do we make a technology that isn't carrying with it all of the colonial, racist and sexist and ableist thinking that sort of automatically flows through unless we stop and do it differently. Maybe that way.
And that kind of question of...
Go ahead, Nicky.
No, Megan.
I was just thinking about this because this is something as well that we've talked about in the conversation about who this we is, right? So who is the we who needs to be responsible for the technology, and how are different we's differently responsible, you know, like, because obviously we in this room don't make the technology necessarily. So how does that relationship work as well? And then maybe Nicky, what you were going to ask is related to this.
Well, it is related, and it's the kind of inverse of it as well, because I'm thinking one of the things that we've been talking about is, as we're all imagining 2021 differently, or imagining 2021 to be the same as 2020, and how we kind of negotiate that. What are the things that we can do? The things that we can only do in real life. One of the things that we're going to know is that some of the things we're going to carry on. Some of these Zoom meetings, Zoom yoga is going to carry on. Some of our meetings are going to carry on online, and that's going to be valuable, but a lot of things aren't. And are we able to start thinking about the things that need us to be in person, need us to kind of be there for, and the things that don't? And what are those boundaries? How are we going to rethink those boundaries, and what our relationship to technology has been, revealed as both incredibly enabling and incredibly, a site of enormous loss this year as well. And how do we move kind of beyond that is one of the things I'm thinking. What are the things that have to happen in person, and the things that we've lost by not being able to do that this year? And it kind of goes back to that theme, I think, because one of the things that's been we've really, really noted is the humanness of being together, the physicality of being together. Kevin.
Yeah, I have two very opposing things that when I imagine happening in person in 2021 that were there. One of them is just dancing and the whole world of club culture, which having tried it extensively this year is not able to be reproduced online. And so many worlds of subcultures which are actually not sub to their members, they're like their main culture, just have disappeared. Music, lifestyles, all these things, and it's a really big loss, and they have not been able to be replicated, and everything that goes with them. So that's one thing that I think would have to come back in person. And the second is education. Actually not so much university education, but just my mother is a primary school teacher, and technology reveals the inequities of young people's education, like brutally, really. There's like millions of children in the United Kingdom who have just missed a year of education, and technology has enabled that by allowing the other ones to go ahead. So I think education and dancing, those would be my two.
Kurt.
Yeah, I was just going to insert something. So I guess one thing that I've really missed is just the feeling of spontaneity that I had, especially in my teaching, for example. Because I feel like whenever I'm on screen, I'm worried about being recorded and about the memory that people have of me on screen. And for that reason, I kind of feel like I'm at a distance from myself in a way that I didn't feel when I could just walk into a lecture room and teach as normal. So that's something that I'd really like to have back. And I think that's also something that I kind of worry about with overemphasizing the kind of importance of technology, because I feel like I can't really flourish unless I'm immersed in what I'm doing. But technology feels like it's kind of putting me at a distance from myself. And you could try to think of it in a different way. You could try to think of yourself as being technology. So that was kind of the Florence thought in part, or think of the technology as being included in your practice, so that it's not just a kind of separate thing, but an essential part of it. But it seems to me like we need to be able to do those kinds of things to be able to get back to the spontaneity that I felt we had.
David.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, that we've been living in a time of where the unmediated self effectively doesn't exist. That we're constantly almost living in a reality TV show where everything is constantly, you're being watched. You kind of feel like you're inside the panopticon, and so yeah, I got that real sense while we were actually doing the talk that I was very aware of the words that I was saying, and I was kind of feeling the weight of my words in an academic context, and it was making me very self-aware and made it very difficult to actually say anything at all. But I think, yeah, it's interesting that one of the most successful experiments that I've undertook during this time is actually playing tabletop role-playing games over Zoom, because in there you're creating a space together that doesn't exist actually in the screen, it exists in each other's minds. So actually it's through, you're kind of sharing a space that is not in the computer, it's through the computer. And I think it's interesting that somehow survives when a lot of other forms of conversation kind of, I don't know, yeah, die in a way. I mean, trying to have really kind of in-depth conversations with my parents over Zoom, it just doesn't quite work. Like, it just somehow that dislocation, it just it's always, you're always kind of tapping at the screen. You don't have that sense of just being together. That you're sharing a meal. You're kind of, maybe not every moment is filled with voice, with information, but that's kind of, but that's important, to just share breath, to share space. And I think that's what I'm hoping will come when this is over. I mean, as an artist, I hate saying that, but as an artist, like having exhibitions where that people can't enter the space which you've created to envelop the viewer and kind of put them in a certain state to receive the work in a way, and to have this conversation with the work that you've been putting together for the last couple of years. Online it's just not the same. I mean, you can watch a film online, but it's not a kind of it doesn't have that sense of engagement, involvement. It's one step removed somehow.
I love the idea, and it is so true that what we really miss is silence, of being able to be with someone with no content, with nothing at all. That's really, really powerful. Megan, and then Megan.
Yeah, no, I was just going to jump in there and say, yeah, so obviously we're having this conversation as a group of people in particular contexts from particular backgrounds, and I think that there really is also a lot that we can learn from, for example, the disabled community in this context, right? So I've seen lots of conversations on Twitter about how for many people, this has kind of always been the status quo, right? And, those communities have found ways to create intimacy to keep these conversations going. And there's a lot of invisible labor that's taken place as part of that. But, you know, now is the time for us to really engage with those communities, maybe not in an active role, but in a learning role, you know, where we kind of look at the example that they've laid out and the conversations that they've been having for years now.
Thanks, Sarah.
Sorry, was it Kurt next? Oh, Sarah.
Sorry, no, I'm kind of musing on Megan's point. I think it's such a strong one, and it sort of it throws up so many questions at once. But I feel like I can't respond to it very readily yet. But that sort of something that Kevin said that really struck me, and I think connects across a few of the different points that we've been making in terms of the sort of the question of schools being closed and of children being denied that refuge. And I think that there was so much of a kind of sudden coming into awareness of just what school means for so many children is less about what happens in school and more about getting away from what happens at home. And you know, and that's a question too for so many adults, and that has been a question. I think particularly in terms of that moment during the year where the National Rail made I guess like an exception for people who were fleeing domestic violence, that you could travel, you know, between you could travel almost like across lines because you were leaving your home, and the kind of sense of our presumptions and everything when we talk. And I guess this is kind of bringing it back to Megan's point too, of kind of our sort of set expectations, depending on how we've been conditioned by our own experiences, of whether home for you is presumed to be a safe place that is sort of like one that you leave and come back to happily, or whether it's the place that you're desperately trying to get away from all the time, and the sense of an elsewhere. And that maybe kind of in that context of thinking both about people whose experiences, or, you know, I guess like where the world's reception of and treatment of their bodily condition or their sensory conditions have meant that they have been in their homes much more, that sort of our expectations about what home is relative to elsewhere needs to be kept really fluid and kept really open, and that we don't presume that our situation, whether that's of home being a quiet space that we run back to, or of home being the place that we must be in to be safe when the world is otherwise so disabling, and so the kind of creating of difficulty, that may be of kind of just unsettling our sense of what's home and what's not home, could be a useful thing that kind of applies across all of those different categories, all those different problems that are going to be problems we're going to have to keep thinking about.
Thanks, Sarah. And there's a question in the chat which asks us specifically to think about that and to address the ways in which technology offer benefits beyond replicating face-to-face communication, and the merits of being kind of one step removed. And I think remembering the kind of privileges of assuming that we can just go back into the world is one way into that. And also David's reference to kind of the ways in which, through a kind of interactive mode, then we can release different kinds of models of imagination through this technology, is another way. And I don't know if anyone has any other thoughts on Reese's question here. David.
Yeah, I'm reminded of I was having a conversation. I'm part of the board at Aspects in Portsmouth, a gallery there, and the director was saying how actually having the meetings on Zoom has had a great equalizing effect, that somehow it's given people who are normally much more shy in person more agency in a way, and some of the louder members sort of have died down a bit. Oh dear, has it died?
No, I can still hear you.
You're fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cool. It seemed to have lost there, but yeah. Why doesn't someone else talk? This is the great equalizing factor.
One of the things that we were talking about in the earlier conversation, we kind of began with actually, is the kind of we've got the word speculative in our title here, about thinking about the future and thinking about David's work as allowing new kinds of imaginative possibilities, new kinds of collaborative imaginative possibilities to be articulated. And there was something very, as we've all said, I'm sure in lots of our own private conversations, there's something very sci-fi about 2020. There's something very sci-fi about the empty streets. There's something very sci-fi about our kind of mediated online lives. What does this mean for actual sci-fi on the one hand, and what does this mean for actual sci on the other? So we know that, that I saw this kind of great line the other day that the government is suggesting that scientists shouldn't have such a monopoly on knowledge. And I think that's a kind of extraordinary, we know that that's an extraordinary claim. So can I just ask whether anyone has any thoughts or thinking around either how we think about science now? We're an arts and humanities researchers, we're talking about the arts and humanities, what our relationship is to science now, to the histories of science, to the practice of science, to the notion of interdisciplinarity, or to science fiction and to fantasy, and where that takes us in 2020 and 2021. I was wondering, Kevin, I've offered these as thoughts, might want to speak here. We've only got a couple of minutes,
Yeah.
Kevin.
One thing about science fiction and speculative fiction that I'm always drawn to is that the futures it imagines are always emanations from the present of which they're written. And especially if you begin to look over, the 100 years of sci-fi that we have now, you have all these futures that were imagined that didn't come to pass, and they're always about the present, whether it's 1910, 1920, 1930, or whatever. So what's maybe been fascinating about science fiction, like all of our science fiction, even though it's set in the future, it's about now. And I guess just the one I'm thinking of is Ling Ma's Severance, which I think a lot of people turn to because it's a novel. She's a novelist. I think she's in Chicago somehow. Anyway, it's a science fiction novel about a virus from Shenzhen in China, which affects the world. And that was published in 2018. And it just sort of reinforced in creative practice, actually what all scientists were already saying, that, we're kind of waiting for a pandemic to happen. It wasn't this unexpected event. So it's just something that actually shows, I think maybe like you, Nicky, the idea of monopoly just is an unhelpful word for thinking about science and humanities. I would love to do more on, I would love to hear more on the ways in which, say, the past decade, both creative practice and scientific forecasting were actually always saying the same things. It was just the sci-fi stuff is set in 2300 or whatever. That would be one thing. And I mean, the whole, so much of what Larry was saying, the whole afflorescence of Afrofuturism, well, more attention being paid to it by mainstream institutions this past decade, that's all about talking about the racism that's happening now, So there are two examples. It would be good for those. It would be good for the presentness of science fiction to be appreciated more, I would think.
And because I think one of the kind of cliches that came around at 2020 is that science will get us out of this, but art will get us through it. And yeah, exactly. I just find that really unhelpful as this kind of binary relationship between, art as this kind of palliative thing that will enable us to be in our homes with more comfort, and science is the thing that'll be able to allow us to get out of our homes. And I think that would be that seems to undo lots and lots of work in the academy that has challenged that very old two cultures kind of inheritance that I think it would be a shame if we went back to that. That seems a very kind of aggressive move at the time. I've got a chat saying that I think that we're nearly at the end of our time now. So can I just hand back to Megan? So thank you to Megan for bringing us together, for organising such a kind of a provocative and productive conversation, and to say that, like her, I hope this really, really isn't genuinely the last of it. So Megan, I think the last words should be yours.
Thank you to all of you. I mean, you can't have a conversation by yourself. I mean, you can have a conversation by yourself, but it doesn't really do much, does it? So I'm really grateful to all of you for being part of this. I know we've all been really busy. We're all really exhausted. Yeah, so that's hugely appreciated. I mean, I guess thinking about the speculative, I have to think back to Florence Okoye's workshop earlier this week as well, where she was talking about the role of the speculative in design, which also links up nicely with what Larry was saying earlier in this conversation, which is that the importance of thinking about the speculative in everything that we do is that for many people, this is not speculative, this is life, right? So many people are already living in a science fiction novel in one way or another. And our task in some ways is to try and imagine, with them, right? So the speculative can play a really practical, really important role in everything that we do, beyond the fictional. So thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you to everyone who had questions. And yeah, these conversations will definitely continue. We'll silent clap on the screen since you can't hear the applause in person. Thank you all.
We all come from different places, new faces. You want to try something new on for size? No disguise, bright-eyed wise. You're learning, it's burning, the passion inspired. There's grafting, it's lasting, but it's yours for commanding. You're built from the ground up. The soles of your feet meet the place where your passion pounds the sound of the streets. The soul of your mind, deep inside the impossible kind. You've got the right to go from 0 to 60 in no time at all. This is your time to shine. This is your time to fall. Down, you're falling, free, flying. Your hands make the plan. They mold and they shape to create the cityscape. Not just the skyrise scene, but the people within and where they have been. Mind-racing, game-changing, hair-raising climb. No time-filling, stand-stilling, waste-nothing time. The wind in your face and the salt in your eyes. The grind, you strive, the lion inside. Fire and flames have changed what they mean. You were born somewhere else, but you'll be made in this city. Say yes to what comes, don't just wave as they pass. This world is for those that grasp every chance. Dream of improbable things and the journey you'll take. Those that think outside the box tend to bring about the change. Fortune tends to favor the brave, so find the courage to build the paths that you'll pave, because a ripple in the water might just become a wave. This place is for dreamers, believers and schemers, team players and game changers, the nightlife, the daylight, the bright lights and sunshine, the wet days and walkways, the green place and deep space. The people around us, the me and the you, build us up, break us down, rebuild and renew. We're here when you need us, to guide and provide. But this journey is yours, to capture and ride. You'll be made here.
Hello, I think we're live. We are live. Hello, I am Carole Burn, Head of Creative Writing at the University of Southampton, and thank you very much for joining us today for our last event of Hands-on Humanities Day, which is a Writers in Conversation. I'm thrilled to be able to have as our guest today, Tracy Chevalier. As many of you will know, we first learned of her amazing writing after Girl with the Pearl Earring was published in 1999. And she's published 7 novels since. And we're lucky enough today to hear about her most recent novel, A Single Thread. A Single Thread is set in both Southampton and Winchester and tells the story of a woman who tries to start a new life by moving to Southampton after her fiance has died in World War I. And Tracy, thank you so much for being here today.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. And I'm sorry we're not in person, but maybe another year.
Another year, you will definitely be welcome in Southampton. So, okay, so I am going to ask Tracy questions, but I am really hopeful that our audience asks questions as well. Writers always like to hear from their readers, so it would be great for you to just put them in the chat, and we'll be really happy to get to those as well. So I'll start us off, though, by asking you, Tracy, about a theme or a subject that I think becomes a part of a lot of your books, and that is the idea of women who've been somewhat overlooked by history. Obviously, the Girl with the Pearl Earring is such a woman, as is Violet Speedwell. Can you tell me how, where the idea to write about Violet and the idea of A Single Thread came from?
Sure, and I think actually it would be best if I showed you some slides, because this is a really useful, it's useful to have a visual element to this. So I'm going to share my screen, which will hopefully go easily. Let's do that now. Okay, there we go. Now, can you see, Carole, can you see, what do you see? So I know that we're on the right
thread. I see the...
Excellent. That's the, good. I have always wanted to write a novel about cathedrals, believe it or not. I've loved cathedrals since I was a kid. And when it came time when I thought, okay, what cathedral am I going to write about? I knew I wanted to write one set in England, because there's some wonderful English cathedrals: Ely, York Minster, Wells, St. Paul's, Salisbury, so many. And but I decided on Winchester Cathedral because it has some amazing stories attached. So I ended up, Winchester is only about 12 miles from Southampton. And I had been to Winchester Cathedral a couple of times, but I've lived here 30-something years, and I've been a couple of times, but I knew there were a couple of stories, which I'll get to, that were attached to the cathedral. And I thought, okay, I'm going to write about one of those. So I went on a research trip one day several years ago to the cathedral. And as you can see, it's not all that dramatic from the outside. It doesn't have a big tower. Like, if you imagine Salisbury Cathedral, you know, the very famous spire that the Russian agents said was what they were visiting, rather than poisoning one of their Russian guys. It's 123 meters high, and it's really spectacular. And this, in the book, I liken Winchester Cathedral to a squat gray toad, a gray toad squatting off the high street. And I thought, oh, I hope the cathedral people will forgive me for that. But, you know, the outside isn't that spectacular, but inside is. It's got the longest nave in Europe. It's incredibly beautiful carving and stained glass and all sorts of stuff. And I had a wander around, and I came upon, this is the choir stalls, and I came upon these cushions in the choir stalls. You can see they're very bright in what is normally quite a dark space, and a lot of yellow is used, a lot of mustard yellow, blue, green, red, amazing designs, sort of geometric. And in the middle there, you can see there's a red dragon. Well, these are medallions that they call historic medallions. There are 56 of them dotted throughout the cushions, and they tell of the history of Winchester. So for one example is that it used to be thought that Winchester was actually Camelot, King Arthur's seat. And so there's a cushion that commemorates King Arthur. That's the sword and the stone there. There's a cushion that commemorates one of the stories I was so interested about in Winchester Cathedral, which is during the English Civil War in 1642, Oliver Cromwell's soldiers came and took over the cathedral to use it as stables. And they went on a rampage around the cathedral. And the story is that they opened mortuary chests that were holding the bones of kings and queens, and they threw them around the cathedral, and they threw them through the stained glass window, the great west window, and broke it. It all came to pieces. And this particular cushion, you can see, has a skull in the middle and a femur, and there are all kinds of bits and pieces of glass coming all over the place. And with the restoration of Charles II in 1660, they restored the window. And it had been originally telling the lives of saints. When they put it back, if you go there today, you look at it and it's actually all higgledy-piggledy. They didn't put it back into the way it had been. They deliberately left it like crazy paving because it was meant to represent the fragility of our lives, of our faith, of even buildings like that. And that's just such a novel idea. I was so sure that I was going to write my great English Civil War novel, and it would center on that event of smashing the stained glass. But when I got there, I saw these cushions, and instead I went for them. Another story on one of the cushions is of William Walker, who is the diver. You can see there, bottom center is his diving suit. In 1905 to 1912, which you can see the dates on there, he dived for 7 years to shore up the cathedral's foundations, which were sinking. And he actually, William Walker was commemorating, he got all sorts of medals for this, but he also died of Spanish influenza in 1918. And that has more resonance to me than it did when I was researching this years ago. And I thought that I might write about him, but I ended up writing about these cushions. And this is a cushion commemorating Isaac Walton, who was he wrote The Complete Angler, a book that all fishermen know about. And this has, he's buried in the cathedral, so this commemorates him. And finally, one of my favorite cushions is a medallion that honors the people who made things in the cathedral. So you see all the tools of the trade. There's a compass at the top, there's a saw at the bottom, there's a right angle, there's an axe. And this is for all of the masons and the wood carvers and the stained glass makers, commemorating them. Now, apart from those cushions, I also noticed these kneelers. Now they're put on the seats as if they're cushions, but actually they're meant to be knelt on. And they were designed by a woman named Louisa Pazel. She designed all of the cushions and kneelers and organized a group of volunteer women in the 1930s to embroider these cushions and kneelers. And I was so fascinated by these that I threw out my notion of writing about Oliver Cromwell's soldiers, about writing about William Walker, who, as you may realize, are all men. And I thought, I want to write about the women. So I ended up doing that. And I wanted to show you this particular kneeler because it's what I think of as Violet's kneeler. My heroine is named Violet Speedwell. And the first thing she makes is of substance is a kneeler that has acorns on it, and the caps of the acorns, as you can see, are like brown and white checkerboard. And I particularly love this one. There's a real medieval look about this. And I wanted to finish with this photo because you took it, Carole, because we were on a tour. I took you around the cathedral last year. Gosh, it seems so long ago, doesn't it? It was only a little over a year ago, but I took you and you took that photo, and we went up in the bell tower and all sorts. But so that was a commemoration of our time together. So now I am going to stop sharing and come back to you. I hope that this works.
Yeah, that's pre-COVID, our tour of the Winchester Cathedral before a single thread came out in hardback. So yeah, it seems like a long time ago.
It does.
So that is all fascinating material, right? Some history and so many objects. They talked about objects in the previous panel. But your job as a fiction writer is to bring all that to life. So how do you go about doing that?
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. So I think the first thing I do, I had the idea, I want to write about these cushions and kneelers. And I had a woman who was attached to it named Louisa Pazel, and she really existed. So the first thing I did after looking around the cathedral a lot, I went to Leeds, to the University of Leeds, where they have a textile department, and Louisa Pazel left her archive of materials and notebooks to them, because she was an expert in embroidery. She taught at the V&A, she taught abroad. And she ended up at Winchester, and she organized this group of 180 women making these embroidered cushions and kneelers. And I looked through her archive, and at first I thought I was going to write about her specifically, that the novel she would be the heroine. But then I decided that she's a little too close to our time. And I'm used to writing about people hundreds of years ago. So if I write about Johannes Vermeer, the Dutch painter who lived in 17th century Holland, that's fine, because his ancestors are long gone. But Louisa Pazel, she didn't ever marry or have children, but her sisters did. And I thought, there could be a great niece around here somewhere who's going to read this and think and be horrified that I've used her great aunt as the heroine. So I thought, and actually, it's a lot easier if you make up somebody, because then you can have them do whatever we want them to do. And so I made up my heroine, Violet Speedwell, and and Louisa Pazel has a part in the book, but she has a small but significant role. And interestingly enough, after the book was published, I heard from her great niece. There is one. Her name is Anne Cleverly. She lives up north. I met her when she came to London, and she said, I told her when I met her, you are the reason I didn't make Louisa the heroine, because I knew that you probably existed and I didn't want to offend you. And I hope I haven't offended you with the way I've portrayed her now. And she said, no, she'd probably be delighted. So that was good. So I created a new character, and that's what I do is I do a lot of research around a subject. And as I'm researching in my head, I'm coming up with the main character, and usually the main character has something happen to them, a problem that they have to solve, a difficulty they go through. So they change from the beginning of a book to the end of the book. Most novels do that. And I decided that would be what I would do. So lots of research on the cathedral, on embroidery, on the 1930s, on how the war affected people, on how the war affected World War I, affected women, on the rise of Hitler in Germany, all sorts of things. It all goes into the pot. And then out comes, as I'm going, I'm getting ideas from that, sparking ideas and building up in my mind what that character looks like and what they're like and what their problem is going to be that they have to solve.
Yeah. So it's almost like you build this entire world with the history, and then this single figure kind of comes to the fore and begins to, it's like you have a backdrop for that.
Forward. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. One of the themes of the Human Worlds Festival this year is New Worlds. And Violet is trying to create a new world, isn't she? She's been in Southampton and, wants to build this new world in Winchester. And yet she's constantly kind of pulled back. I was hoping you could read a bit from the novel that
Sure.
Southampton, and kind of look at that a bit.
Yes, I'm sorry, Southampton. You're getting a little bit of a bum ride on this in this novel, because my heroine moves away from Southampton. She grew up there, and she is she's single and is living. She lost her fiancé in the war, and she's living with her parents. And her father dies, and her mother's really difficult. And she's 38 years old. And she decides to leave. So this is the scene when she actually leaves Southampton and moves to Winchester. So she's found her mother impossible. Her mother, she also lost her older brother. So her mother lost a son in the war, her eldest son, and she's not happy. And she's very difficult with Violet. She's very critical of her. Violet sees as a typist at an insurance company in Southampton, and one day sees a notice for a new job in Winchester, being a typist, and she thinks, I'm going to do that. So she's going to move, and this is the day she moves. Everything about the change was easier than she had expected, at least at first. The manager at Southern Counties Insurance agreed to the move. Her brother Tom was supportive, and she found a room to let in Winchester without much fuss. At first, her mother took Violet's careful announcement that she was moving from Southampton to Winchester with a surprising lack of reaction, other than to say, Canada is where you should be going. That is where the husbands are. But on this rainy Saturday in November, when Tom drove over with Evelyn and the children and began to load Violet's few possessions into his Austin, Mrs. Speedwell would not get up from her armchair in the sitting room. She sat with a cold, untouched cup of tea beside her, and with trembling fingers smoothed the antimacassars covering the arms of the chair. She did not look at Violet as she came in to say goodbye. When George was taken from us, I never thought I would have to go through the ordeal of losing another child, she announced to the room. Her grandchildren, Marjorie and Edward, were putting together a jigsaw in front of the coal fire. Violet's solemn niece gazed up at her grandmother, her wide hazel eyes following Mrs. Speedwell's agitated hands as she continued to smooth and re-smooth the antimacassars. Mother, you're not losing me. I'm moving 12 miles away. Even as she said it, though, Violet knew that in a way, her mother was right. And for the child to choose for me to lose her, Mrs. Speedwell continued, as if Violet had not spoken, and indeed was not even in the room. Unforgivable. At least poor George had no country, but this, treacherous. For God's sake, Mum, Violet's not died, Tom interjected as he passed by with a box full of cups and plates. Well, it's on her hands. If I don't wake up one morning and no one discovers me dead in my bed for days, she'll be sorry then. Or maybe she won't. Maybe she'll carry on as usual. Mummy, is Granny going to die? Edward asked, a puzzle piece suspended in the air in the clutch of his hand. He did not appear upset by the idea, merely curious. That's enough of such talk, Evelyn replied. A brisk brunette, she was used to Mrs. Speedwell, and Violet admired how efficiently she had learned to shut down her mother-in-law. It was always easier when you weren't related. She had sorted out Tom as well, after the war. Violet appreciated her sister-in-law, but was a little too intimidated to be true friends with her. Come, give your Auntie Violet a kiss goodbye. Then we'll go down to the shops while Daddy drives her to Winchester. Marjorie and Edward scrambled to their feet and gave Violet obedient pecks on the cheek that made her smile. When it became clear that Mrs. Speedwell was not going to see her off as she normally did, watching from the doorway until the visitors were out of sight, Violet went over and kissed her on the forehead. Goodbye, Mother, she murmured. I'll see you next Sunday. Mrs. Speedwell sniffed. Don't bother. I may be dead by then. Yep, a mother anyone would want to leave.
Oh, those scenes are so painful with the mother. I mean, I feel for her because she has been through a lot. And yet, oh my goodness, poor Violet is, there's a lot of emotional manipulation in that scene.
Yes, she's quite a manipulative woman. It's very true. Very true.
Yeah. One of the things that struck me when I was, thinking about our talk today is on the BBC yesterday, I heard something about a story about women getting, suffering more under COVID, having more family responsibilities, et cetera. And it struck me that that's kind of what Violet faces, right? The responsibility falling on the women.
Yes, and in a way, this is a book about the tension between personal freedom and responsibility. And it's in particular for women of that period who were labeled by newspapers surplus women. So in 1921, there was a census taken, and they discovered that there were almost 2 million more women than men in Britain, primarily because of the losses sustained during World War I. And the newspapers pounced all over this and said, oh, this is a social disaster. What are we going to do with these women? They're such a problem. They're surplus. And this was how single women were treated. So there were a lot of women who didn't marry who might have expected to. And unfortunately, it was a society that was set up for women to marry. That's what was expected for them to do. Women had very little access to higher education. They had very few careers open to them. They could become nurses, they could become teachers, governesses, and typists or clerks. But the salaries for these jobs were not really enough for them to live on properly. So a lot of the book is about Violet's struggle to actually feed herself. Because when she does leave her family, most of the surplus women were dependent on their families to provide them income. So they lived with them, they looked after their elderly parents, and they had very little resources of their own. And to try to live off of that salary is very, very difficult. And I think that for me, it was, I wanted to create a woman who is what quote unquote surplus woman, but actually manages to create an independent life for herself against the odds. And oddly enough, she does it with embroidery and bell ringing. Who would have known that two things like that could bring her the joy that she's, and some sort of fulfillment and some sort of independence. But it does come at a price, because as women still, as you said, in the pandemic now, as women are looking after, doing a lot of looking after people, and it's very difficult. It's very how much do you claw out time and a life for yourself, your me time, so to speak, and how much do you give it over to the people who need your help?
Yeah. So we have a question from the audience. Let me scroll up a little.
Already, gosh.
Yes, I know. So from Laura, I'm going to brag and let you know she's one of my students. So I'm to have a question from Laura.
I'm not sure which one.
So Laura wonders, do you have any tips on how to maintain historical accuracy and cope with any limits of historical fiction?
Laura, it's a really good question, and it's something I struggle with every day. So one of the great things about writing about something that actually happened is that you have some sort of structure, some sort of skeleton to frame the body of your book on, and then and I think of the flesh as like the fiction, what I make up. But so, for instance, I might not have. I mean, when I saw those cushions, I learned that they were made between 1931 and 1936, and it's not a period I'd ever really thought about writing about. And actually, it's quite a difficult period to write about, because it's between the wars. So most writers would go for one war or the other, because they're both quite dramatic in their way. And but I didn't have any choice. It wasn't like I could say, well, actually, I've decided that these were made in 1942. It just doesn't work that way. For me, anyway, I don't want to stretch the truth too much. So I try the things that I know are true, and I can say this is what happened when. I don't change those, and I think it's really important to maintain the integrity. But on the other hand, there are a lot of gaps. There are a lot of things we don't know. And so, and as I said before, I could make up a character who can do things different from the people who really existed. And I think that it's important to be with making things up, you also want to be as commonsensically accurate as you can. So Violet Speedwell didn't exist, but the neighborhood she lived in existed. The shops she went to, I looked up, and I know that the stationer's is named Warren's, and it still is. It's still on the high street, and those things are important to me to give that verisimilitude. So one of the when I was researching Winchester during the 1930s, I met a man, Phil Yates, who is 97. I think he's 98 now, and so he grew up. He was a boy when. In the 30s, and he was able to tell me all sorts of things, and he could rattle off, and this was in the 40s admittedly, but he went to a bunch of cafes and ballrooms, and he could tell me the names of the bands and the names of the cinemas, and it was amazing. And all of that stuff, the more you use that's real, the more it feels like your reader will go along with you. So I think you need to stick to the truth as much as you can, because I think that once you use the truth with authority and weave in the fiction with authority, the reader will go along with you.
Mm-hmm. And I think that answers a question from Gabby, which was why you decided to set the novel in 1932.
Well, that's let's see. So I had a window between 1931 and 36, and I wanted to. I'm trying to say this in a way that's not going to be a spoiler, but there's something quite unusual on a few of the cushions, And when I discovered that, I thought, oh, okay. I think I'm better set this when there must be I need to cover the period when Hitler becomes Chancellor of Germany. I think that would be useful. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But he became, that was in January of 33. So I thought, okay, on either side, let's see, when can I start and end this? So that's sort of was the anchor. Although it's not a particularly political novel, there's no way I could set a novel during that time and not mention the rise of fascism and not mention the tensions that are growing between the wars. So that was why I chose that period.
Yeah, and the novel really does do that very well. It doesn't overwhelm it at all. It doesn't really feel obvious, but the reader who knows history will, just see these little touches and go, oh, they have no idea.
Well, this is the thing that's so hard to set a book between the wars, is that the book is a lot about the shadow of World War I and how it continues to affect people's lives, how they respond to it, even 12 years later, 14 years later. And they have no idea that there's going to be another war, but I know, and I know that the reader's going to know. So it's a very delicate balance to get that right.
Yeah.
Now, Carole, it's almost time.
4:00 exactly. Tracy and I have something planned. At the dot of 4, we're going to play a video from Winchester Cathedral, because at 4:00 is when cathedrals ring their bells. So I think we have our tech help in the background that's going to start the video for us.
Take it away. It's only 30.
That's marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. And you've seen this in person now, haven't you?
Yeah, a lot. And a couple things to say about that. If there are any bell ringers out there, I salute you. It's such a hard thing to do. And if there are any Winchester Cathedral bell ringers, hello, and thank you so much for all your help. There were 14 of them there. This was recorded on a New Year's Eve. Normally there aren't that many people sitting, but because it was a New Year's Eve special thing, they also, cathedrals ring, what they call rings of bells. In a small church, you'll have 6, maybe 8, 10. Winchester has 14. Cathedrals usually have 12, and Winchester unusually has 2 extra. And so it's very unusual that you see all of them rung at the same time. And you'll notice that really tricky up and down. It is so hard to coordinate. And I wrote a lot about embroidery and the women who embroidered and the friendships that Violet makes within the embroidery group, and what she feels about doing the embroidery and how it makes her feel to create something that's going to last for hundreds of years in the cathedral. But I wanted to balance that out with a different group that's connected to the cathedral, because the embroidery is very much a women's group. And in the 1930s, the bell ringers were very male, and they're shut away up in their own chamber up high, and they're quite independent from the rest of the cathedral. So the women are often concerned about doing the right thing for the cathedral. The bell ringers are much more anarchic in that way. They do their own thing. They're creating mathematical patterns. They're not doing tunes that people recognize that the city is going to listen to and hear a melody. No, they are doing this interesting, intricate, and difficult to do mathematical pattern. And there are many different patterns, so there's just tons of stuff you can do. And I wanted Violet to have that kind of input into her new life. so that her new life is not all about making something that's going to bring comfort to other people, but is also doing something that's challenging and intellectually stimulating for herself. And of course, there is a man there who she takes particular interest to, and she becomes friends with, well, more than friends. And that those two balanced each other out. So I spent a lot of time researching bell ringing and sitting in that bell chamber, watching them and going to the pub with them afterwards and asking them questions. And I even got the bell ringers, two of the bell ringers kindly read the bell ringing sections so that I made sure I didn't make any mistakes, because I wanted to get it right. And that was really a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. If you've never been, you can take a tour of Winchester Cathedral up to the bell chamber, and it's really great. It's really great up there. A good view, and it's just also fascinating.
And was it after you saw the bell ringers? I'm worried that I have feedback here. I hope it's not coming out. It was after you saw the bell ringing that you made Violet's love interest a bell ringer?
Yes, I think it was. It was. Yes, I thought I wanted. She needed. I mean, the other thing about surplus women and what were called spinsters at the time, single women, is everybody assumed that they didn't have a sex life, and that is not true. Lots of women did, and I've read. There's a wonderful diary called "Diary of a Wartime Romance Affair" by Doreen Bates. Her children found the diary after her death, and they published it a few years ago. And she's a single woman, has an affair with a married man for years, and it shows, it's very honest about having a sex life. And I thought, I think Violet needs to have. She can't just be this kind of buttoned up spinster as everybody expects her to be. She actually has what I dubbed her sherry men, because she picks up men drinking sherry in hotel bars in Southampton. I'll have you know, that all started in Southampton, naughty Southampton. And
that still happens in Winchester, the sherry.
I'm sure it does. And but she gets to know Arthur Knight, who is a bell ringer, and he and Louisa Pazel, the head of the embroidery, they represent the moral compasses of the story. Arthur is much more aware of what's going on politically, and he notes Hitler coming to power, and he's not happy about it. And he's probably the only person in the book who does actually go, this isn't good. We've got to watch out. And but because for you and me, it's very hard when I was writing it, knowing that World War II is going to happen, knowing what was going to happen, that but I couldn't give that foreknowledge to too many other characters. So I allowed Arthur to have a little more insight into the rise of fascism on the continent than any of the other characters had. But you know what? For most people, they were just living their daily lives. They weren't paying too much attention to what was going on the continent. They were just concerned with, there was an economic depression. They were concerned about their jobs. They were concerned about the people they had lost in World War I. It's actually like us when during this pandemic, we're trying to, every now and then I try to see it as the bigger picture of how this is affecting the world. But a lot of times it's about the day to day. Like, have I run out of flour? Where am I going to get it? Can I, you read that when you read stories about people during World War II and rationing and even the Blitz. It's like, it seems like such a huge thing, but actually people are just trying to live their lives, and they think, I need to build a bunker in the back garden. Okay, I've got that. Now I've got to go to work. Now I've got to wash my stockings, whatever. So this book is actually, the politics is really taking a back seat. It's really the way it does in people's lives. It's very back there. And then, but every now and then it kind of comes through, and particularly through the bell ringer Arthur.
All right, we have a number of questions I'm pleased to report coming in here.
Okay.
So Nisreen, who is a Southampton writer based in Southampton, she says she did a project on kneelers in a 1930s church in Ealing. Did you try stitching yourself? And if so, did the making give you any insights into the characters? And she adds that she loved the book. It was slow and lovely and satisfying, just like embroidery itself.
Thank you. Is it Nazneen?
Nazneen.
Nazneen. Nazneen. You asked about the embroidery. Yes. Okay. So I often do the things that my characters do in the books because it makes it much more accurate when I'm describing what they're doing. So in the book, you may recall, Nazneen, that Violet makes a spectacles case for her mother for her birthday, and her mother pays very little attention to it. But her niece likes it, and she makes for her niece a needle case, so you can put your needles, you slip them into these pages. And I did these at the same time as I was writing those scenes. And yeah, I really love, and a couple of books back, I had a main character who was a quilter, and I learned to make quilts in order to be able to write about it. And I still quilt now. And when I wrote a novel called Remarkable Creatures about Mary Anning, the fossil hunter in Lyme Regis, I spent hours on the beach fossil hunting many times, just to get into the sense of it. So yeah, that was what I did. What was was there another part of the question?
I don't think so. How did it, I think there was a question of how did it contribute to your insights? Did it give you any insights into the characters?
Yes, I mean, anytime you do something, like you make something like this, it's just the tangible, actual making it, like feeling how the thread is in my hands. How am I going to tie that knot? What does it feel? Do these colors work? Should I use this stitch or that stitch? I found myself translating that into how the character felt about it. So it's almost like I become the character for a little while I'm making this. And that really helps to find its way into the book.
Okay, we have a question from Enzo, another one of my lovely students. It's a question about Greet in The Girl with Pearl Earring. It says that she has to be a quiet person to survive in the very strict social hierarchy in which she finds herself. Did you find this a difficulty when trying to write her? And if so, how did you get around it?
Yeah, I think one of the hardest things a historical writer has to do, one of the biggest challenges, is not to allow the 21st century to seep into what you're saying, what you're writing. So Greet is powerless in the position she's in, relatively powerless, and of course, I wrote it in the 20th century. A 20th century young woman in her position would probably say things differently and do things differently, and maybe complain about things. And Greet can't, because she's a 17th century Dutch girl, and it wouldn't occur to her to say those things or to do those things. And so I had to restrain myself. And I found that similarly with A Single Thread, Violet is interesting. You mentioned Greet. Strangely enough, Greet is 18 when the book ends. 20 years later, I write a book about a woman who is 38. So when this book first came out in Italy, a whole bunch of journalists asked me, and readers said, Violet reminds me of Greet. She's kind of like Greet grown up, isn't she? And then I did the maths and I thought, wow, she really is. It's sort of like me grown up. I've had 20 years to become more mature as a writer and as a person. And so I think that, but nonetheless, so Violet says more and complains more than Greet, and she's more. She has ways to get around stuff. So there's a scene, for instance, where she asks for a pay rise from her boss, and he's kind of horrified by this, but she plays it well, and she gets the pay rise. She's quite kind of careful and has a strategy. And I think that Greet would have been too young to figure that out. And also, I think in 17th century Holland, she wouldn't have asked for it in the same way. And Violet is older and also is a woman in the 1930s ever so slightly more empowered, but not as empowered as we are. So if we wanted to pay rise now, we know how to go about it, and we wouldn't be surprised. I mean, in Single Thread, the boss is very surprised she asks for a pay rise. Now I don't think a boss would be so surprised. And there are there are ways to do it, and it wouldn't be held back. So this is just a way of saying that characters evolve over time. If you look at them as a similar character, and they grow, but there's also that restraint that I have to use in order not to expect too much from them, too much modernism from them, too much of me from them, because they're not.
Yeah. So I have an interesting question here from Katie about character, actually. Loving the bells, by the way, Katie says. And her question is, when building a character, how much do you consider or ignore characters you have written before?
Well, it's interesting you should ask that right after what I just said. And I have to say, I did not have Greet in mind at all when I wrote Violet Speedwell, but I can see the resonances between them. I don't think they're the same person, but nonetheless, there are things about their characters that do ring a certain bell. And it's really hard to explain how I create characters, but I definitely don't think of my other characters. I think that would be the wrong way to go down, or even try to think, now I have to make her very different from her. It's more like what I was saying earlier about when I'm doing research, the characters start forming in my head. I want to say building themselves, but actually they're not building themselves. There's this whole thing that writers say, oh, the character took over, the character started doing her own thing, and I just follow along. That's such a nonsense. Just throw that one out, because you are in charge, writers. Yes, the writer is in charge. I think it's another way of saying that when you become familiar with your character, when you've written them enough, you start to more easily know what they're going to say and do because you've been around them. So often when I start a book, I don't know a character quite as well as by the time I finished writing the book. And then I have to go back. That's what redrafting is all about, is going back and filling in, looking at the first bit and thinking, oh, actually, I don't think Violet would have said it quite in that way, because I know her better now. I've created more of her. She's a fuller person. So actually, I'm going to change this. So quite a lot of editing and revamping goes on. But when I'm researching and when I'm writing, each time I put her in a scene, she has to make a decision about one thing. Is she going to do this or is she going to do that? And after a while, it becomes clearer. I can decide more quickly because I know her better. But it's really just about spending the time with them. And the more time you spend with them, the more unique they become to everything, all that you will have written before.
Mm-hmm. And therefore they become different from the other characters.
Yes,
too.
yes.
Yeah.
And also, I'm different. I'm different from myself 20 years ago. And so I think there's a little tiny bit of me in every character I write, a little tiny bit. And it'd be hard for there not to be, because I'm the creator. So a little bit. It's kind of like painters. If you think of all the Rembrandts you've ever seen, leaving aside all the self-portraits, even the women all look a little bit like him. Because they do. And so I think all characters have just a tiny sliver of the writer in them. And that means they are in some ways all of one big family.
So which bit of you is in Violet?
Yeah, I think I'm quiet until I need to be assertive, and I definitely felt for her that scene where she has to stand up to her boss. Actually, she has to stand up to him quite a few times, and finally also standing up to her mother. But there's also an understanding. Her mother is very demanding, becomes sick at one point, and Violet has to go home and stay with her. And there's a scene on the stairs. It's the stair scene I think of, where she's her mother's just being very difficult, and Violet wants just they're fighting, and then her mother suddenly sits down and says, "Oh, I miss your father so much," because she's lost him 2 years ago. And Violet, it's like her eyes open and go, "Oh yeah, actually, Mom is a person too, and she has had her own losses. She's lost her son. And there's nothing worse that can happen to a parent than to lose your child." And it's like Violet, for the first time, has to set her own anger and frustration at her mother and sort of see it from her mother's point of view. And I think there's a lot of me in that moment of like, right, okay, Tracy, you need to actually look at this from someone else's point of view, not just yours.
We have more questions, I'm delighted to say. Sue asks whether, with Remarkable Creatures, using the story of Mary Anning, you gave her a brief sex life. Was that a difficult decision? Or did you find you had to find at least some shred of evidence?
Yeah, there's definitely evidence that she never married, and she lived with her mother all her life in Lyme Regis. But in the 1830s, a young woman was staying in Lyme Regis, got to know Mary Anning, and kept a journal. And she wrote a lot about Mary. So it was great because it gave a kind of sketch of what Mary was like. Although you had to take it with a grain of salt, because this young woman was a very young woman, and it's sort of a little bit silly at times. But she also said, Mary told me that she was unlucky in love, that she had been very hurt by someone. But and that's all she said. So we know that something had happened. Whether it went all the way to a sexual relationship, that is a matter of speculation. And I decided to go there. My sister says, Tracy, you always have outdoor sex scenes in your books. And I thought, oh yeah, so I do. And so she has, yes, it's outdoor. And I don't know, maybe I just thought, I think I'm trying to break through this notion that women never, unless they were married. We were brought up to think that in the past, women only had sex when they got married. And that's patently untrue. So I think I'm always trying to break down that notion. And that was another of my examples of doing that. Having said that, it's not the most important part of the book by any means. The most important part of the book are Mary's discoveries and her struggle to find a place and to find a respect, academic and intellectual respect, from the men of science that she works with, and how her friendship with Elizabeth Philpott helps her to stand up to them. And it's really a novel about female friendship more than anything else. And it's so the sex is with the man is a little bit, it's one thing, but it's just one of many things.
Yeah. Okay, a new question from Louisa. Do you keep a tight hold on your character's will, or do they ever annoy, surprise you, and take you in a different direction?
This kind of goes back to what I was saying before. I am in charge. Okay. So I am in charge of my characters, but having said that, I sometimes have them in a scene and I'll try something out, and I'll be surprised that actually something that isn't the normal behavior works. I think the best example I can think of is actually from Girl with a Pearl Earring. If you've read it, the girl in the painting becomes the servant in the household of Johannes Vermeer, the painter. And when she first goes there and is working there, he has 5 kids at that point. He ends up having 11. And one of the girls Cornelia is very difficult. And there's a scene and early on in the book when she says something really irritating, and Greet, the girl, reaches over and slaps her. And I remember writing that scene and thinking, oh, I tried it out. I tried out the slap, and I thought, oh, she wouldn't do that. That's really not what she would do. And then I thought, this is almost the exception that, carries the rule. The fact that she does slap her is really important, that she's breaking some kind of rule within herself. And so it's not that the character took charge, but that I was open-minded to the vagaries of a character. Like, we're not all as consistent as we may seem to be. And sometimes the exceptions can help crystallize what the character actually is.
Interesting. So, okay, we have a planning question from Amber. Amber's taking our Writing the Novel module this year. So Amber asks, is there a specific plan strategy that you follow when planning your novels? What do you prioritize, and does it differ from novel to novel?
Oh man, Amber. Okay. Whoever's teaching your class is really going to hate what I'm about to say. Is it you teaching it, Carole?
Rebecca Smith and I are both teaching.
Rebecca and Carole. I'm really sorry. I don't plan. I don't plan as much as I probably should, but I have a very clear idea of what I call the emotional arc of a book before I write it. I know what the characters like at the beginning and what they're going to be like at the end emotionally, psychologically. I don't always know what is going to happen in between to get them there. Sometimes I know some of the peaks, the big moments. And but I have to, a lot of times I start a scene and I'm just kind of pushing my way through. Am I going to do this? Is she going to do that or that? Is this going to happen or is that? And occasionally I'll go down a route and I have to back out and try something else. And that's, in a way, that's what redrafting is about. So that when you've got the whole thing and you've created the journey, kind of like driving without a map. You're saying I should probably have a map, and I don't, but I kind of know what direction I'm going in. And well, I could really push this metaphor a long way, but what happens is usually I get to the end of the first draft and it's kind of lopsided, and there'll be a scene that I've written way too long because I was really into it, or I did a particularly good research that got me all this extra stuff, and it sticks out, and then I think, oh, actually, I need more of this and less of that, and is that really the direction it's going to go? And what about this character? I'm not sure I've actually used them enough. Should I just pull them out altogether, or beef them up? And sometimes, I'm kind of almost embarrassed to admit this, I start a book and I add characters. Characters come on. I add them, and I don't even know if they're going to be a big deal or not. So in a single thread, the very first scene of a single thread, Violet goes into the cathedral, goes to this service that turns out to be for these cushions that have been made for the cathedral. And she meets this woman named Gilda. And when I first wrote Gilda, I didn't know if she was going to be anything at all. And she turns out to be really important in the book, but I gave it the option. And then the thing is, if you name somebody in a book, they usually are going to have some come back. And so if I had gotten to a point, like maybe finished the first draft or got halfway through and thought, I haven't brought Gilda back in, well, I'm just going to remove her name from that first scene and just have her be a woman.
Yeah.
But she did become important, and I knew I could use her and weave her into the story. So I do all this as I go. I'm afraid, Amber. I don't have an outline. But most importantly, I know what they're going to end up as, and that's what I hold on to. I think if you don't know how it's going to end, and I don't mean plot-wise, I mean, what's your character like at the end? How are they different from the way they were at the beginning? If you don't know that, that's what you have to work on before you start writing.
Yeah. I don't think I'm not I'll check it afterwards. I kind of have I do something similar. I have a roughest outline because otherwise it doesn't feel like it's going to be alive if you have it all planned out to me.
Yeah.
But I know other writers who plan everything out. So
I think for me, I need the spontaneity of the moment I'm writing. I need a bit of a plan. Like I'll start a scene sort of knowing some of the things that are going to happen in the scene, but also allowing it to bloom under my pen because that spontaneity feels gives it energy and freshness.
Mm-hmm. We have one more question I'd like to fit in from Rebecca Smith, my colleague, which is, which novels did you find most useful when you were writing a single thread?
I found when I'm researching a period in which novels have been written, I'd like to read novels from that period. So I read a lot of Winifred Holtby. I read Lolly Willows, which is by Sylvia Townsend Warner, which is a crazy novel about a surplus woman. I read quite a few, if you know of Persephone books, they do wonderful reissues of novels from the past by women, and I read quite a few of those. But non-fictionally, I mentioned The Diary of a Wartime Affair, and the other book that really had a huge effect on me, two books. Actually, one was called Singled Out by Virginia Nicholson, and it's about single women in the 20s and 30s, and it deals with this issue of surplus women. And the other is Testament of Youth by Vera Breton, and which is about her experiences in World War I, and she loses her brother and her fiance, and I learned so much from that book about emotionally what that war did to British society and how it casts such a long shadow for such a long time, and that had an enormous influence on a single thread.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, our time is already up, would you believe? Thank you so much, Tracy. This has been absolutely fascinating. Really, really,
thank
really
you.
wonderful. And thank you to our wonderful questions as well. It seems like a really engaged audience. And I hope you all are, Single Thread is now just about a month or so ago out in paperback. So October Books is the place to go in Southampton, to our independent bookstore, if you need Christmas presents or for yourself or anybody else. So
can I also say, because yes, bookshops are shut at the moment, if you go on bookshop.org, instead of on the obvious website you would normally go to buy books, bookshop.org is incredibly well organized, and the profits from it go to independent bookshops across the country. And it's an excellent initiative to help bookshops during a very difficult time. So I highly recommend it.
Yes, I think Hive does that as well. So that's another good one.
Yes.
So, well, thank you so much. I just want to thank you for our backstage wonderful people helping, my colleague Aisha Yahan and Sylvia Lanati. And I'd like to thank the Human Worlds Festival for running this really fabulous day. I want to plug a few events coming up. So first of all, for those of you new to us, Writers in Conversation happens 3 times a semester at the university, and we're going online all year. And so do check out our various pages to join us for, I'm taking advantage of being digital and getting 2 American writers or writers in America to join us next semester. So Gis Jen will be with us in February, and Margot Livesey will be with us in March. By May, when we're having Rebecca Smith, our own Rebecca Smith, we're hoping to be in person. Rebecca's launching her new novel, The Ash Museum, in May. I want to mention also that there's one more event that I know of. Please forgive me if I've missed one. That's happening tomorrow for the Human Worlds Festival. It's being run by the writer Joanna Barnard and the wonderful Southampton group Artful Scribe. They're hosting a writing workshop about building dystopian worlds in fiction at 3 o'clock. So do check that out too. thank you again for joining us. I believe the hashtag is Human Worlds. If you want to tweet about us, we always love that kind of thing. And Tracy, just one more thank you to you. It was really wonderful to talk to you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Great. Everyone have a good evening.